Me.
What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? All right. Please let me know what the sound is sounding like on this motherfucker. Please, early. Let's get this shit right from the beginning. Last week was fucking terrible with this connection. All right. Happy Saturday, niggas. Happy Saturday. What's going on? Shout out to my, I got a hand in front of the fucking camera. Shout out to my peoples. You know what I'm saying? I see you, D. Scott, J. Daniels, Marvel, Cousins, Uneducated Lane, Big Homie Coop. I see you, J. Jermaine. I see you, Ruffin. I see you in here. Brotherly Love 215. How you say that? Mwad? Am I saying that right? What's good? What's good? What's good? Coming through loud and clear. Hopefully we can stay in sync. We can stay online and this shit doesn't fuck up on me. Eloquently petty, articulate assholery. Uppity Negro swag. Like we do every week. Uppity Negro swag, niggas. Okay? Got my coffee and shit. I'm talking shit tonight. I don't know who's gonna film me. It's an ode to my OG comedian growing up, Eddie Murphy. Raw, niggas. Raw. Okay? Shout out to Doc T. Hassan Johnson. Shout out to BGS Idmore. Shout out to the Green Gorilla Channel. Shout out to the Bitter Truth Show. Okay? Shout out to my man, Megatron Kyle Riesling. Shout out to my man, Shane Rab. Shout out to my man, Hassani Davis. Or should I even say his name? I don't even know if you want me saying his name like that on here. Shout him out. Okay? Shout out my man, Adam / Davi MGTOW. Ron Neal. All the good doctors. All the motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? Figure I'd dress up for this one, man. Because I got some shit to talk about, man. Motherfuckers gonna have a problem. Fuck that. Bad shit, man. On the screen. A couple guys hit me on the chat, man. Shout track man, something like that. I gotta get his name. Let me know if I'm freezing up. Let me know all that shit. I need to know ASAP what's going on with this connection at all. So, yo, peoples, 100. I am your uppity Negro in charge, Mr. Marcus Aurelius. You know what I'm saying? This is raw, niggas. Raw. I'm already freezing. Already in the beginning. I'm gonna have to reboot this shit again. Already freezing. This is some bullshit. I'm already freezing. Yeah, let me turn this shit down. I'm already freezing the shit. But yo, what I'm realizing is that this shit here This Manosphere shit, this YouTube shit, man. This shit comes at a cost, man. This shit comes at a cost, man. What I'm seeing is I'm seeing a lot of guys that get on this mic and they say whatever they may be feeling at the time, right? Whatever may be bugging them at the time, whatever whatever issues that they be having at the time, like, with black women or whatever, the community or whatever. Shout out to Marvel Cousins. He said, I tried to put together a peace treaty with your arch nemesis and end the beef between y'all. Fuck that. Shouldn't be freezing anymore. Yo, please hit the like button. I need that like button. I really fucking do. Like, for real. Hit the like button. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? I see that the subscriber count goes up. Some of these videos y'all not feeling me on, but I'm gonna keep listen. This is a Keep It 100 channel. I'm not going to lie to you people. There's too many motherfuckers on this shit, and that's where I'm going with this statement that I'm making. Like, there's just too many motherfuckers lying on this mic, man. You know what I'm saying? Too many motherfuckers lying. Yo, let me tell you, man. I've been doing this same shit that I'm doing right now on here. I've been doing this shit on Facebook, yo. I appreciate super chats. I do. But I'll be doing this shit anyway because I'm just a big mouth. I just have a big fucking mouth, man. I have a big mouth, man, and I speak my mind. I can't do what I'm seeing others do on this platform. It's a lot of motherfuckers. 1 minute they this way, and the next minute they that way. It's just too much of that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who to fucking follow or believe anymore. You understand? You understand what I'm saying? But yo, last week, shit freezing the fuck up, man. It was a bunch of shit that I didn't get to say last week, man. You know what I mean? Telling guys, talking to my crew earlier. About how black men are the most dick police niggas in the world. Like every other fucking racial pairing, every other fucking gender pairing is cool. I think in a minute you'll be able to marry a dog and it'll be all right before niggas could put their dick anywhere they want to. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is crazy. You know what I mean? It's to the point where, I was talking to my homegirls like, yo, like, niggas get told not only that they gotta fuck with black women, but then which black woman they could fuck with. And there's black women that are too light-skinned to fuck with if you're a black man. What kind of shit is this? What kind of shit is that? So the black women ain't black enough for a nigga? What kind of shit is that? Meanwhile, and we were talking about Serena and, Meghan Markle, and I've said it before. I said if Tyrese was fucking with Meghan Markle, he'd be a colorist. He's Meghan Markle ain't black. She black when they wanted to be. So your man's Umar Johnson is now using Kevin Samuels talking points. This motherfucker's on a video telling chicks, yo, in your 20s, you fuck with the thugs. And in your 30s, you fuck with the pretty boys. And then, later in life, you chasing the good guys. This is Umar saying this. Ain't that some shit? What brought that on? Where the fuck is my cigar cutter? I got this big ass fucking shit. Went to New York. No. I went to fucking Total Wine. You see how big this shit is? This is a big ass fucking cigar, man. She's gonna give me lung cancer today. Looking for the cutter. But yeah, man. I'm tired of this shit. Y'all need to Say something and be consistent. Say something, be consistent, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, Jay, I'm gonna start cutting these shits down. Like, you know, coming soon, I'm gonna have a little 10, 15-minute segments of videos on this motherfucker so niggas ain't got to watch 4-hour shit. You know what I'm saying? 4-hour shit. Nah. You ain't gonna have to do that all the fucking time. But yeah. You said it, Bay. At this point, everybody's trying to be Kev. Everybody's trying to be Kev. I tell niggas come to me, yo, you the next Kevin Samuels. No, I ain't. No, sir. I ain't the next Kevin Samuels. I ain't that polite. I ain't that fucking polite, man. And bitches get on my nerves real quick. But what I'm saying is, man, you know, niggas is switching up their platforms. Niggas is changing up their talking points because they trying to, you know, generate some cake out this motherfucker. Yo, recently, I'm gonna speak on this. Marvel Cousins, he's like, oh, me and my arch enemy. Speaking of him, I'm not gonna say his name. I was watching the nigga General Tito. General Tito. Oh my God, that motherfucker roasted that dude, man. Roasted that dude. Yo, if you have not seen the General Tito roast of Mr. Brown, you need to check that shit out. Check that shit out ASAP. That shit is funny as fuck. That shit is funny as fuck, man. Yeah, Tito, man. I ain't even finished the shit yet, man. But what I watched so far, man, shit is bananas. And shout out to Tito, because Tito peeped out the teriyaki, fried teriyaki simp joint. Gave me a shout out on there. So shout out to Tito, one of the original OGs and shit, man. And you know, to speak on Tito, what I like about Tito is still Tito. Tito is still Tito. That's what I respect. I respect motherfuckers who start and finish in this, you know, consistently. Don't move and bob and weave because you want more subs and more, you know, views and this shit. I understand that this for some people is a business. And I can respect you as a businessman, but if your, you know, views and opinion are going to be swayed by, you know, the platform, what's allowed, and you know how much crossover you can get, you start rocking suits and shit, that I can't respect. If you say some true and exact and correct shit, I'll rock with that. But that's where it begins and ends. I can't do the fake shit. I can't do the fake shit, man. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I was reading this article, you know, about divesters. You know what? I'm gonna try to pull that shit up. This is about divesters, right? And this is related to, you know, SYSBM, because we got cut off on the end of that shit. All right. Still, motherfuckers, SYSBM. What I don't understand for the life of me is that, you know, in the midst of all of this whole self-improvement back and forth that I'm having with niggas, like at the end of the day, these are the chicks that we've been talking about doing all this foul shit. They been doing all this foul shit. Let me try to pull up this article, man. It was on Medium, and it was talking about divesters, right? Fucking divesters. And their, I guess, similarity to the alt-right or something of that nature. So let me get this up on the screen, man, because you know, I'm going back and forth with motherfuckers about, you know, attraction and this and that and the other. And then we got to remember, like, these are the same chicks that are selling us out to the fucking dominant society. This is who you're fighting me about, whether they're going to give you some pussy or not. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get this article. But yeah, man. I tell niggas the same thing I tell bitches. Shout out to Alan Strange. I see you. At the end of the day, they call them the alt-right, bae. At the end of the day, you give a fuck what race of bitches you fuck with, nigga. You gonna have to be something. Niggas is like, oh, women get credit for showing up. Well, nigga, that's the world you live in. That's the world you live in. Right? Some niggas got fast metabolism. Some niggas got slow metabolism. Some niggas can eat fast food and not gain weight. If your metabolism's slower and you eat fast food and you gain weight, what you gonna say that, oh, that nigga ain't gotta not eat fast food. He ain't got a diet. Nigga, that ain't you. The shit that works for the other person ain't gonna work for you. You gotta do what work for you. Shout out to Michael Gomez. I know you in here somewhere. Man. We just had these conversations. I can't find this shit for nothing. Fuck it. Oh, no, here it is. Okay. All right. We cooking with gas now. We are cooking with motherfucking gas. Yeah, man. These are the chicks that y'all niggas arguing with me about over some fucking attraction shit. Like, nigga, I keep telling y'all niggas, SYSB fucking M, man. SYSBM. So let's bring this up. Right? So divesters are the black women in the alt-right you haven't heard about. Okay? So let's bring this all the way up. All right? So let's read through this just a little bit, right? So if you consider black women to be unwavering bastions of progressive thought, I'm going to disrupt your programming. As inspiring as it can be when black women are on the liberal side of your favorite ideas, they are not immune to becoming a part of the white nationalist propaganda machine. Divesters are what happens when the alt-right meets black women. There has been a great deal of discourse about the overlap between incels and white supremacists, but divesters, black women who represent a form of gendered fascism, are one of the most recent groups to join the alt-right sphere. Now, is making like comparisons or whatever. You could take from that what you will, right? But let's read through it, right? So it says, I'm not talking about Candace Owens. This community is far more than one person and very accessible. I want to make sure that people understand what the alt-right is, because even though it is invested in white identity, it does not have to be white people who enact it. The same is true for any system of oppression. The alternative right, commonly known as the alt-right, is a set of far-right ideologies, groups, and individuals whose core belief is that white identity is under attack by multicultural forces using political correctness and social justice to undermine white people and their civilization. All right, so let's skip ahead a little bit. Divestors retain the set of far-right ideologies, believing that black women are burdened by the black community, specifically black men, and should divest as a form of black women empowerment. Let's cut that music. You hear what the fuck I just said? Did y'all hear what I just said? I see you, Gomez. Okay, so they go by a few names: divestors, black women going their own way, divested zealots, plus others. I won't be linking to their pages. They're easy enough to find, right? So they present themselves as self-help community, recruiting women who have often experienced real trauma, encouraging black women to decenter male attention, prioritize health and self-care. We know this language. And to broaden one's horizons through international travel, and intentionally hypergamous relationships, often leading to the promotion of interracial relationships as a form of hypergamy. Okay. It doesn't sound that bad, but here's where the fascism and femcel parts kick in, where incels have created an elaborate socio-political explanation for their sexual failures. And we will be touching on that later. Where incels have created, listen up, Gomez, you hear me, an elaborate socio-political explanation for their sexual failures. Let's pause right there for a second. Now, this section ain't about incels, but that piece right there, we're going to be visiting that. We're going to revisit that, but we're going to deal with this femcel shit first. We're going to deal with this divester shit first, because today I'm talking about the undesirables, gentlemen. On both sides, we got undesirables. People who feel as though they're owed something. They're owed time and attention, resources, sex, whatever the fuck, for existing. For existing. Now, a lot of motherfuckers going to get mad at me. Motherfucker going to turn this shit off. I don't give a fuck. This is raw. I'm telling black men, understand. Like I said last week, nobody's coming to save you. There's a lot of motherfuckers that are on YouTube that are going to lie to you and tell you nice stuff that you want to hear and blame everything on everybody else. Understand that there are realities facing you, and this is why I tell motherfuckers to save themselves. There's realities facing you. I don't take away that women are out of control. They're bugging the fuck out, as I will read here, because I think that people don't understand that two things can be true at the same time. So where incels have created an elaborate socio-political explanation for their sexual failures with women, these women have also created an elaborate socio-political ideology centering on the idea that black men are worthless, and hypergamy through interracial relationships is the best form of social mobility. This is combined with their ideology that black men have abandoned and rejected them, which gives them the justification for their anti-black misandry. These the hoes y'all want. No, not you gentlemen, but niggas know who I'm talking about. Okay? These the chicks. White man, they killing us. Come in, nigga. This is who we fighting for, right? This is who you save yourself. Not the community, yourself. Okay? They are really just sharing good old-fashioned talking points, though. This is how the alt-right pulls people in. It sounds like it sounds reasonable in the beginning, responding to the ways particular community has been disaffected. Then it begins to devolve, singing up with other alt-right beliefs and behaviors. Our previous election cycle set the historical precedent for this. Shout out to Mark Holt. I see your super chat. Shout out to Mark Holt. You can bring him up. I appreciate that. So let's continue on. All right. The Trump era populism was bolstered by growing resentment among white populations that felt neglected and ignored, specifically after the tenure of a progressive black male president. The alt-right was able to ride this wave of discontent from the undercurrent of white sentiment all the way to the mainstream conservative ideology. The growth of the alt-right includes the ways it has learned to diversify, becoming more and more of a multi-racial right with marginalized communities bolstering their ranks as part of the rebranding efforts. All right. So they talk about the Proud Boys, say much like the way that exile politics moves some Cubans from conservative, anti-communist positions to join in the ranks of the Proud Boys, divesters transform fighting misogynoir into a realm of fascism. Here are some of the terms that they use for black men. Here we go, y'all. Nakers, bullet bags, felony fairy, conquered male, apes, nignogs, nixels, gorillas, didn't do nothings, and tyrones. The women that defend black men are called mammies, Pygmies, and guard dogs. They use terms and phrases like Blackistan to refer to black areas, struggle love to describe dating a black man, and burn the cape to advocate defending against black men. Oh, I'm gonna put the link up. Don't worry about it. This is on medium.com. You know, it's a Medium is, you know, it's editorial. But this is interesting. Okay. One of their favorite phrases is the use of holding black men accountable when referencing any violence that black women experience at the hands of black men, often going as far to advocate for more black men to die at the hands of police. They use hashtags like not your mule, divest, burn the cape, divest or die. The biggest problem with divesters is that they market racist ideas about black men as black women's empowerment. You will have writers, bloggers, YouTubers, and influencers who are divesters, and we know their names on here, and some of them are men, one of which was spoken on earlier. Okay. As well as people parroting divester talking points for engagement, individuals who are divester adjacent will stop just short of saying things explicitly racist and will delete their comments if they get caught openly expressing their disdain for black men. Now that I have introduced you to the Divester sphere of influence, let me explain how it has impacted advocacy for black men. During the BLM movement, Divester rhetoric began to infiltrate progressive spaces, shifting the focus from the leadership of black women to the divester rhetoric of women wearing capes for black men. There have been many protests and rallies where women would begin a dialogue with community by talking about how tired they were of advocating for black men. I'm here to wake y'all up, man. This isn't as fringe as you think. Okay. So this represented divester rhetoric becoming mainstream because instead of disengaging from advocacy that included black men, activists would show up to protest against police brutality, expressing disdain for black men, or discouraging police from focusing on the victimhood of black men. Oftentimes, these sentiments would not be very different from the police departments that were being protested against. So you're talking like the police. It wasn't happening everywhere, but it was enough to see the impact of online divester rhetoric around being mules for black men. Phrases like black men are the weakest links and black women are tired of caping for black men moved from simple statements of frustration to calling cards and viral trends on social media, often instigated by divesters. Don't go to Clubhouse. They'll get your ass. Shout out to me. Shout out my man Denmark Vest. Oh, we got ambushed by the divestors on Clubhouse. Alt-right. No. These takes often comes with the glorification of white men as the alternative to black men, rather than directly stating white identity is under attack. Divestors say they are being attacked for seeking to date out into white identity through hypergamy. We know how that's going, fellas. Alt-right logic twists the act of uplifting the unique issues of Black women, transforming the sentiment into the extension of racist ideas toward the rest of the Black community for the benefit of Black women. It's an alt-right funnel that works the same way with Black women as it does with everyone else, targeting those who are disaffected by societal issues or seeking a path out of isolation. Divesters will continually create points of antagonism and discourse around the Black community, taking any instance of violence by Black men or a viral interracial couple, Black men and Black women and white men, as encouragement for Black women to go their own way while attempting to convince people that their fascism is reactionary. Because Black men hate Black women. What makes divestors alarming now is that they lean into the ways that society attempts to uplift Black women. Mantras such as Black girl magic, Black lives matter, trust Black women begin to overlap with fascist ideas like hold Black men accountable, burn the cape, and Black men are the weakest link. This resulted in people with very large followings being allowed to say things that were pretty overtly racist against Black men while doubling as being uplifting to Black women. Drake, nice for what? Nice for what to these niggas? Divester logic allows for one to have white supremacist ideas about Black men while having progressive ideas towards Black women. While it was alarming to me, I don't believe that people were recognizing the contradictions or how dire they were to the condition of Black men. No advocacy for Black women requires anti-Black misandry. No advocacy for Black women requires anti-Black misandry. The same way the Black male studies can create a whole field that explores the victimization of Black men without engaging in misogynoir. Shout out to Dr. T. Hassan Johnson and Dr. Curry, amongst others. It's the same way how he pointed out that when bell hooks passed, there wasn't as much, Black men going at bell hooks as there are Black women every time some Black dude passes away. This infiltration into the mainstream was done through the same tactics as any other fascist, making fake accounts, antagonizing Black women, creating YouTube content, blogging on alt-right sites, creating groups on Reddit, making TikToks, and engaging in all forms of disinformation. Some might say Divesters are a brand of radical Black feminism. I don't know, but my inability to tell where one ends and the other begins speaks to how ingrained Divesters have become. Y'all all have heard this language before. We can't even pretend that it's like this little group. Women in general don't engage alt-right ideas the same way men do, which is why it goes under the radar. They will never commit a mass murder or blow up a building. They don't go to rallies. They are far more private. They push ideas, especially on social media. Carolyn Bryant, the woman who is responsible for the death of Emmett Till, is a white supremacist, and she likely wasn't involved in any direct physical violence towards Black people. But at the same time, if it wasn't for her behavior, Emmett Till will still be here. The Divesters engage in white supremacy the same way. We have to be more aware of the ways that people are being pulled into the alt-right. People can date who they want to date, but in this case, there's so much anti-Black misandry and divester ideology. I would be lying if I called it anything else but white supremacy. For those still struggling to understand how black women can be on the alt-right, I'll leave you with this. If our Divesters' white partner engaged in all the same behaviors that they did, said black men are worthless, called them nignogs, talked about divesting from the black communities, said black men were bullet bags, constantly brought up burning the cape for them, and said black men were nothing more than violent offenders who rape and kill black women, what would you call them? Exactly. And I said the R word on a YouTube video. I shouldn't have done that. I got to cut that out later. But why are we struggling? This is stuff that we've all heard. We've heard this language. All of you in the chat have heard this language. You've read this language on the internet. You see how many times it gets shared, retweeted, liked, loved, whatever. Black men have a trauma bond with black women. I don't know if you know what a trauma bond is. Okay? If you don't know what a trauma bond is, I'm about to tell you. I'm fixing to tell you. You know, fixing to tell you. I'll give you the definition of trauma bond. Now, if that shit didn't move you, if that shit didn't fucking move you, I don't know what will, bro. I don't know what will. You know what I'm saying? So let's go to trauma bond, because I said this word on Dr. T. Hassan show yesterday. All right. So let's go to it. Okay. Trauma bonding. All right. Trauma bonding. Let's bring this up so you can read it. Trauma bonding is the attachment an abused person feels for their abuser, specifically in a relationship with a cyclical pattern of abuse. The bond is created due to a cycle of abuse and positive reinforcement. The attachment an abused person feels for their abuser. We watch videos where women hit men with cars and beat their ass with the bumper. We see all type of shit said, you know, from other YouTubers, you know, and their simp handlers, right? We see all of that. Hassani, my man, told me today, he said, Marcus, you are anti-relationship. No, I'm SYSBM. I'm not MGTOW. You know, I am, you go your own way, but the way MGTOW was carrying on was like, you weren't supposed to get no pussy. And that's not my message. Because I get pussy. I like pussy. And I'm sure all you gentlemen like pussy. You just want peaceful pussy. You want your pussy with peace. Understand this, right? I'm not anti-relationship. Shout out to Jay Daniels. I got to bring him up. He said, salute. Let me read his super chat here. SYSBM for life. I like that that avatar there. Salute to you, black men that love yourselves. You deserve better. Absolutely. Understand this. I am not anti-relationship. I'm anti-relationship, but I'm not anti-relationship. That's what I said to him earlier. Let me explain to you what that means, gentlemen. I'm anti-relationship for me. You gentlemen can do what you want to do. You can do what you want to do. This ain't a religion. You do what you want to do. Can y'all see me here? This ain't a religion.
Oh, let
me do what you want. Do
unhook that. Yeah, you do what you want to do. I just want you to do it peacefully. I don't believe in dick police and none of this shit. Right? Understand this. I said that to say this. I'm not anti-relationship, but what I understand that men want relationships. I totally get it. What I can't do is relate. I can't relate. I can't relate. Because I'm looking at what's happening in relationships. And it's almost like niggas are waiting their turn to get fucked over. Like, okay, I see him. That shit ain't work for him. Maybe my shit'll be different. And guys are coming to me, debating me and arguing with me about shit that they say they don't want. Did we forget? Did we forget this? All the things we spoke about, the guys fighting their wives in family court, or getting accused of domestic violence, or all the deductions on the child from child support on your paycheck, the fact that you can't see your kids. Am I frozen? Or the fact you can't see your kids. Or you'll watch another guy go through this shit, but then you're still fighting to be in that guy's place. You want to be that guy. That's the part I don't get. I don't understand it. Conquered niggas and all this other shit. The same way you got to be careful of which white person you become friends with, because you don't know if he racist. Now you got to do that with black women. You don't know which black women is looking at shit this way. You don't know. I can't find my fucking cutter. I want to cut my big ass cigar and smoke it. But you don't even know which one of these women is on the bullshit. They're not gonna tell you outright. You're gonna find you got to find out through trial and error. It's like you don't know the white man that you cool with is racist until you get him upset and he call you an N-word. Well, guess when you gonna find out what kind of bitch you got. It's gonna be too late by then. You know, at least with the white dude, he called me a nigga. I don't fuck with him no more. That shit ain't gonna be easy with that bitch. Y'all are fighting for the chance to be on the chopping block. I'm trying to understand. In 2022, white bitches have fat asses. In 2022, Asian bitches have fat asses. In 2022, Latinas have fat asses. If that's what you're in the hood for, she got ass though, guess what? The mother bitches got ass too. Let me tell you. Okay. Right. Okay. I said you go somewhere else, you still gonna have to be some type of attractive, present yourself well, groom yourself, dress up. No, you ain't got to wear all black suit. Shout out to Will Hunter. You ain't got to wear all black suit everywhere you go. or Win Chun niggas to death. Shout out to my man Will Hunter. All I'm saying is, for what you want, you got to present that. Tell the bitches the same thing. I don't give a fuck if you're an undesirable. You got to do whatever it takes for you to be undesirable. Other bitches got fat asses too, though. Sounds good, bae, but niggas want ass. You know what I'm saying? Niggas ain't fucking with Lizzo with the beautiful mind. Let's keep it real. Shit. Lizzo could say the alphabet backwards. I'm not fucking her. I don't give a fuck. You could be the most intelligent, obese chick in the world. You can't get the dick. It is what it is. This is what they tell us. If you ain't that nigga, you can't get the pussy. And we about to get raw. You can't get the pussy if you ain't that nigga. So, bitch, if you ain't that bitch, you can't get the dick. What I'm trying to understand is, if there are aspects, physical components of black women that exist outside of the hood, what the fuck are y'all there for? Okay, you want to escape the attitude. I get it. You want to escape, 5 stepchildren. I get it. I get all of that. So why are you arguing about which one of these bitches won't fuck you? Why are you arguing about the bitch with 5 kids that won't give you pussy? Why are you arguing about the overweight bitch that won't fuck you? Why? These same bitches, these divesters, they take black dick. Oh, you better believe they take black dick. They take black dick. It's the only dick that's being offered. And if there's white dick being offered, that dick stick and move. It stick and move, y'all. We know what the numbers look like. The least desirable on the list. Niggas want to talk about, hey, man, only 30% of niggas on dating apps in an age range is getting pussy. Well, shit. Be happy you ain't a black bitch. Woo! Huh? Be happy you ain't a black bitch. You down there with Chinese niggas on dating apps. Matter of fact, I think they below. At least they're the lowest requested female. That's why they end up with the niggas they end up with, because ain't nobody offering the dick. So them niggas talking about they the 30%. Hey, them the easiest bitches to fuck, man. You better go fuck with. I don't want those bitches though. I don't want them. Oh shit, they the easiest to fuck. You think the number one man on the dating apps, Chad, is fucking with Lizzo's and Tiffany Haddish's? Understand, this divester shit sound good. It's a political move. I was telling somebody, matter of fact, I was telling Shane, understand, This is an appeal to the dominant society to rescue them from us, allegedly. These women are looking at niggas like, yo, we ain't gonna never get it fucking with these niggas. We ain't gonna never get it. We in the march, we doing this, we doing that. These niggas is powerless. They this and that. We powerless. Y'all niggas is conquered. Y'all powerless. Powerless and conquered. Y'all weak. You don't control nothing. Who that sound like? Old girl with the shit pasted across her forehead that's on YouTube. Y'all know who I'm talking about. And her minions. One of which, whose name was mentioned earlier. Talking about my arch nemesis. Fuck that nigga. Understand, you look at her, who knocked her up? Did she divest? Was that divesting? Sound like an investment. Because from what I hear, that was a black dick knocked her up, right? The black dick. Shout out to Keith Foster. Let me bring you up. Shout out to Keith Foster. I appreciate that. But understand this, man. These bitches are they struggle swirling, man. They struggle swirling. You know what I'm saying? They struggle swirling. If I was a white man, I let all the black bitches suck me off. I'll get back to you. Said BGS said it. They are society subsidized, elevated underclass, and still have underclass desires, tastes, and behaviors. Understand, they fuck with Pookie because Pookie gives sperm away like government cheese. The reason why these women, you see they dudes that they first baby daddies that got them pregnant, excuse me, there's always some dude that ain't have shit to lose. There's no check to garnish. See, understand, Mike Ferg said Pookie validates their existence. Understand, Pookie is used by both sides of the argument. So for her, Pookie is being used as a way to blame all black men for the bad choices she made in her life. And for these niggas, Pookie is the reason why they can't make good choices. Because Pookie doesn't have to. Pookie get way too much airplay. Pookie is used by both sides of the argument. Well, I ain't got to prove myself. I ain't got to line my hairline up. I ain't got to dress nice. I ain't got to lose weight. I ain't got to do none of that. Why? Because Pookie don't have to. Pookie is the reason or the excuse a lot of these niggas make for apathy. For apathy. I was telling Mike and them, Gomez, Hassani, my boys, this is a first world problem. You go into the third world, this shit don't exist. That's hypergamy. You go to DR, you go to Columbus. I mean, Columbia. Shout out to Bay, Columbus. You go to a third world country. This looks, money, status, game, shit. Well, money matters. Looks, status, game are irrelevant in the third world. Ain't no feminism in the third world. Down there, if you got it, you get it. Period. It's all about first come, first serve. First come, first serve. Understand. Pookie is being used by both sides of the argument. So let's talk about the incel for a second. And this is where I'm going to lose a lot of niggas. This is where I'm going to lose a lot of niggas. I'm going to pull up a post by Mr. Mumia Ali, better known as Obsidian. Now, I know I know this is going to strike some nerves. Understand, there's things that I feel about certain guys on YouTube, but at the end of the day, when they're right, they're right. So I'm going to read through this post that was put up on Facebook by Mr. Mumia Obsidian Ali. I'm scrolling to find it. I found it because he put up 2 links. And shout out to you guys for sending me this shit. But basically what he was talking about, I think it was relating to Kevin Samuels or some shit like that. I'm gonna bring it on the screen. Hold on 1 second. Right. So an open letter to Bernard Riley. Right? An open letter to Bernard Riley. Let me bring this up. Open letter to Bernard Riley, Edward Anderson, and Game Changer regarding the state of the Black Manosphere. Okay. Just wanted to put into writing my thoughts after our public impromptu roundtable discussion. I'm going to skim through this because it's long. Y'all know how Obsidian do. All right. So I think he was talking about, Kevin and the gay thing or whatever. You know what I'm saying? First, the whole gay thing, as I've said repeatedly on most of my most recent appearance on Bro Xavier's TPOT channel, I was responding to a question asking me if I were okay with a queer eye for the straight guy brother helping to improve Black men's image. I said yes. This was in direct response to the continued gay bashing of Kevin Samuels. For 3 years, Kevin tried to appeal to Black men largely within the Black manosphere itself to improve their image, all to no avail. There are no Black men who made their millions, helping Black men become the best versions of themselves, and for good reason, because Black men writ large, don't want it. There's no market for it, not enough to scale. I'm sure you can cite this name or that one, but even if you could, they would be the exceptions that prove the rule. Black men simply are not interested in that sort of thing. Not only that, but the scores of Black men online aping Kevin's talking points have indeed run into much more resistance than he ever did. No kidding. Largely because they refuse to get suited and booted like Kevin did. Studies have shown women prefer men who are dressed to the nines, yet Black men flat out refuse to implement this simple, proven fact of life. No content creator has attempted to emulate Kevin beyond his talking points, not his appearance in any way. Meanwhile, non-Black content creators and channels can make millions, if not billions, helping largely non-Black men improve themselves. Now, let me pull up, let me stop right here and I'm gonna pull up a comment here. So he says, Obsidian is full of shit. Let me tell you, it was said to me earlier that they feel, I had someone tell me, they're not mad at the message. It's just that Obsidian is the wrong guy to say it. Because from what I understand, and I'm Obsidian was not someone I followed like that. But for what I'm being told, Hassani told me, I'm gonna say Hassani, Obsidian was the voice of the working man and blue collar and all this other shit. And now he has switched to y'all niggas need to dress up. Okay. That may be true. That may be true. Again, from someone who has followed Obsidian to that point, I have to believe what I'm being told. But understand this. He ain't lying. He ain't lying. I'm going to say this, bro. Y'all fuck with me. I fuck with y'all. If you're in here, there's 54 people in here right now. Fuck with y'all. A statement that I was going to say in the beginning of this, because I made notes, and this is something I'm going to say a few times on this live, and I'm going to say it with the best intentions. I got love for you, but fuck your feelings. I'm going to say it again. I got love for you, but fuck your feelings. Not fuck you, because I got love for you, but fuck your feelings. I got motherfuckers online saying, that nigga Marcus is flexing. He's flexing on us. He doesn't understand this, that, and the third. That's fucked up, man. Oh, is it here for the fuckery? I'm not, listen, yo, you got the right name, homie. Here for the fuckery. Oh, shit. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you. Dressed to the nines doesn't necessarily mean you got to wear a three-piece suit. But whatever you do, your style, whatever it is. You see me, I got the flower shirt on with the this is what fits me, and the bitches like it, and it works for me. Gotta find what works for you. Understand, men getting on YouTube and other places telling black men how to wear ties and dress up and pull their pants up and shit like that, it's not received well. Can we own that? I got love for you. But fuck your feelings. Can we own that? I can go in on bitches all day. We know what the problems with the bitches is. Okay, cool. But brother to brother, can we own that? Can we own the fact that, yo, if you tell not everybody, but a good amount of black men to step their game up, niggas get mad. I know the guys that fuck with me on this YouTube shit that I've given advice to, that have taken that advice and have done and have applied it to their lives. Shout out to Mr. Donnie Mack. Shout out to anybody who watched Creating High Value, where I told motherfuckers how to get their credit together, where I told motherfuckers to save an emergency fund, where I told motherfuckers a few things. Understand, I'm not guaranteeing you instant pussy if you do these things. Because that's what niggas want. They want me to be on some, bad boy membership shit where I why did I say that? You want me to be on some bad boy membership? Just follow these 3 steps and you'll get the bitch of your dreams. No, that's not me. I'm not a game coach. I'm not here to coach you. I'm not here to sensationalize on memberships and all that shit. Yo, look, listen. I've done this shit to death. To death. It's repeatable. It's wash, rinse, and repeat shit. Michael Gomez, Bishop X, which is Hassani, and my man Ruffin will tell you, I get niced up to come on this fucking camera. When they hit me on regular, I don't look like this, but I get niced up to come on this camera. You get presentable. It's bitches around. It's bitches. You going somewhere, it's going to be bitches there. Understand. This is any culture. Any culture. I don't give black, white, Hispanic, whatever. I don't give a fuck. It's any culture. But Pookie ain't got to do it, Marcus. If you ain't Pookie, I don't give a fuck what Pookie got to do. What you eat don't make me shit. I got love for you. But fuck your feelings. You can't tell niggas to get it right. You know why? Because black men center any progress, any progressive, productive thing around the fucking adoration, attention, and acceptance of black bitches. And if you ain't gonna get that, if you can't guarantee me that, none of this shit ain't worth it. The health benefits that I might enjoy, the better quality of life, the better apartment, the better car, all of that shit, the leather seats, the fucking massage shit in the headrest, none of that shit is worth it if the bitches don't approve. Word. I ain't doing all that for these bum bitches. Who said it had to be for them? You can't tell niggas. Every other Ruffin said to me today, exactly, he didn't even read the Obsidian shit. Okay? Yo, other races of men take to self-improvement advice better than niggas. It's just the truth. Can we own it, please? Meanwhile, black creators and channels can make millions, if not billions, helping largely non-black men improve themselves. The numbers do not lie. Whether you think Obsidian is full of shit or not, you got to give it to them on this. On this. Fuck anything else. Separate all the other shit on this. Nor is the irony lost on me that brothers in the black manosphere would rather go nuts over the gay thing than work to make themselves look, act, and sound better, which was the whole point of the gay thing being a thing in the first place. You got niggas talking about, I ain't wearing no hoochie daddy shorts. Shit, if you were incel and the bitches like it, it might get you some pussy. Put on the hoochie daddy shorts, nigga. I suck your dick if you put on some hoochie daddy shorts. If that's what the bitches say, nah, I ain't putting on. I'm a man. I ain't putting on hoochie daddy shorts. There goes my camera. Y'all stay tuned. Niggas that say they don't want to put on the hoochie daddy shorts. Nigga, you better put them shits on. If that shit is gonna get you the pussy, I don't give a fuck if you gotta wear a Bugs Bunny fucking outfit, nigga. Put that shit on if the bitch like it. If you an incel, if you're complaining about not getting pussy. Of course, there's limits. There's limits to what you do, but damn, an outfit? An outfit? Because niggas is so, I don't want to look gay. I don't want to feel gay. Niggas so worried about looking gay for the pussy. Understand, gentlemen. I want you to understand something. The least gay thing you can do in life is put your dick in pussy. That is the opposite of gay. Let me get this camera right. That is the opposite of gay. The least the least gay activity that you can do in life is put a dick in a vagina. That is the opposite of gay. I got love for you. But fuck your feelings, nigga. The opposite of gay. Okay? Secondly, that brings me to the world star hip hop. It simply cannot be denied that Kevin went viral there, not because of his leveling up advice to black men, but putting a black woman in her place. Okay, Miss Average at Best 2020. World Star Hip Hop is the most successful website that caters to a black male audience with 40 million monthly users and 28 million of that being black men in the 18 to 34, which is the incel. That's the incel demographic, right? More demographic data from the World Star Hip Hop, 51% that are 18 to 34, 67% are male, 81% lives in major American cities, and 85% of their users get content via their smartphones. The content strategy is what I refer to as videos, hoes, and beefs, which means music videos, Instagram model type women. Brittany Renner got her start on World Star Hip Hop. Check out her interview with Kevin for more on this point. And black folks fighting each other in various scenarios, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Whether it's a good thing that the single biggest black male presence on the web is World Star is up for debate, but it cannot be denied that it's the biggest one going. Who wants to debate that? I dare you. He's right. Love him or hate him. If you think he's full of shit, elsewhere. If you think that his woman don't look good, that's different conversation for a different night. Third, that brings me to the black female content creators in and around the black manosphere. As noted on the live show, I don't think it's the fault of the major black manosphere content creators like myself for how and why black men, both inside and outside the black manosphere, are choosing to get their red pill content from lady content creators. Think about that. Before these super chats and all this shit, there was no abundance of women here. Not talking the shit we talking. But now there's money in the game. Now, mind you, I am a firm believer of having people from the group that you're being affected by representing for you. In other words, in the racial discussion, you need white people on your side. We ain't going to do it alone. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. It sounds great, sounds good, blah, blah, blah. In the racial discussion, you need white people on your side telling other white people, motherfucker, chill. Because it sounds better coming from them. Just period. So I agree to some extent with black women checking other black women on the internet. We need it, but at the same time, this is some rock and roll Elvis shit that's taking place in this motherfucking bed. You got women becoming bigger personalities in the black manosphere than black men. That is what the market is saying, and we can go into the whys of it. Sure. Personally, I think this is a natural outgrowth of most black men today being raised by single mothers. That's debatable, maybe. Right? So they are more apt to take what a black woman is saying, especially if she presents and reads like sympathetic and a sympathetic and soothing voice to them, more seriously than black men doing the same thing in the main, especially if they're older. There's something to be said for that. I know guys who didn't like the idea of Kevin saying what he was saying. Right? But look at what's happening. The platform has been stolen. We love Dorsey. I love Dorsey. I love Celebrity. Crimson Cure. Sister George is the homie. Understand, they can say the same exact things and it'll go over better. Kendra D, right? Is that her name? Kendra D? Is it D? Kendra. The chick who basically at this point is the female Kevin Samuels. Not saying that she's not getting her fair share of this, that, and smoke from the women. It just goes over better. It just does. So lots of black men, especially in that 18 to 35 demographic, okay, world star hip hop covets, have serious daddy issues. Think Derek Jackson and Ace Metaphor. That simply won't be an issue for ladies like April Mason, Melanie King, Six the Goddess, and or Danica Marie. Put this together with many of the black female content creators in question being very easy on the eyes. And I was going to say it if he didn't. Very easy on the eyes. And it's a winning combination for them that I simply cannot blame them for. It's money. It's money. Unless black men, especially older ones like Kevin, are willing to put black women in their place, they will have a limited appeal along these lines. Read self-improvement, etc. Black women will have a better go of it. And I've talked to Kevin about this, and he agreed it might explain how and why he mentored Melanie King before he died. Time will tell as to whether that works or not. The early returns look promising. So what he's saying is basically black women could tell niggas to set their game up and niggas will do it. You never heard of Melanie King, Mike? Melanie King? I want to read some of these comments, man. I want to read some of these comments. Okay. No thanks, but never had an issue. It might be a generational thing. Some dudes couldn't make the transition to skinny jeans or colored jeans. Lots of dudes won't feel comfortable in hoochie daddy shorts. It's cool. It's cool. I'm not telling niggas to wear hoochie daddy shorts. I'm saying, nigga, you ain't get no pussy, and the girls giving pussy out to hoochie daddy short niggas, go get you a pair. When the girls is giving out pussy to everybody with a fucking ZZ Top beard, that was your time to grow your beard out and be one of them niggas. We know what the bitches like. They tell us out loud. Find something that ain't beyond your shit, your self-respect, and do that shit. The black men here for the fuckery. Black men largely have low self-esteem. Agreed. Because niggas negotiate fucking poorly, even when they're in a position of power. Nigga could come with all the check boxes and still negotiate for the worst. You walk in the Honda dealership, you got 50 grand or 80 grand. You got enough for a luxury car, but then you give the 50 grand to the Honda dealership. That is negotiating poorly. They're going to take your money, nigga. So here for the fuckery, what a Brad come through and emulate Kevin Samuels and watch them get mad instead of doing something about it. Our so-called natural counterpart black women won't have shit to say. I'm gonna say this, right? But I'm gonna keep going, but I'm gonna read comments regarding it. I want motherfuckers' feedback on Andrew Tate. So I'm gonna say that now. Type it in the comments section, and I'm gonna read the comments. Andrew Tate. I want feedback on Andrew Tate. I'm gonna reserve my opinion, waiting for yours. But okay, so Gomez says, I never heard of these chicks besides Kendra D. This Obsidian point is definitely debatable, but he said it looks promising. He said time will tell. So it's early for them. I mean, Melanie King is getting views. That's why I'm like, Melanie King, you never heard of me? And the bitch bad. She's bad. I think she's going to win. Melanie King is going to win. Cool man, shout out to you. I see you. I appreciate. So I haven't heard of her either, Melanie King. Cool man, I see you. It's just like when Sister Shahrazad Ali came to prominence in the late 80s, early 90s. Her main audience and supporters were by far black men. Of course, because she's correcting women. But I feel as though I think black men in the and I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised. I'm used to black men being told what to do. He said Obsidian is one of the reasons the Jose in the space back in the day. He was talking about a negotiating table. Yeah, maybe I can't get with him on that, but I can get with him on this. Because I'm one of these guys is referred to as a self-improvement cat. I'm referred to as, oh, black men are always being told what to do, this and that and the other. Listen, I'm not telling you to be a fucking astronaut. I'm not telling you go to the moon. I'm telling you look presentable. And if you look presentable, if you do look presentable, then cool. And if the bitches don't like it, fuck them. But look presentable. You know if you look presentable or not. You do. You do, nigga. I got love for you. But fuck your feelings. I got love for you. All right? Let's go through some more of these. Black men gotta stop falling for the trap of having black women talk in these spaces. Remember Chrissy, Paris, Milan, and Cynthia G. All were put on by dudes in the Manosphere. And I think you mean Chrissy Harrison. I don't know how to say her fucking name. Said, okay, so Melanie never explained why her husband left her. Andrew Tate, like Fresh and Fit, is a white supremacist sympathizer. Black men are slow, so MAGA. FNF, Andrew Tate is okay. But the post-menopausal women who attack Ice Cube are worthy opponents. But yo, that Ice Cube shit is a great example of Divester shit. Their own identity, their own demographic, they're onto their own thing. We need things that address the unique needs of black women. That's Divester talk. Y'all need to learn to recognize this when y'all hear it. It's real sneaky. It's like with, races, they say the N-word. If they don't say it, understand that things can be implied without being said. But this is what we fighting for, y'all. So let's keep going. Said, I looked up Melanie King. I've seen a few of her videos now that I saw her face. Of course, I'm about to say, how you not see Melanie King? Melanie is single and divorced for a reason. She probably a fake asshole. I get fake asshole vibes from her. Listen, at the end of the day, these chicks is on here saying whatever they got to say for the audience. The same way the Manosphere dudes can do it. They come in from one area one day, and then the next day, wherever the views go, wherever the crowd is, they switch their shit up. So looking presentable isn't up for date, brothers. It's not. It's not. You ain't got to wear 3-piece everywhere. But damn, you're an adult. You're going to be in front of people. I said, no, Chrissy, the colorism broad. Oh, okay. Still don't know who that is. Okay, C. Jackson, the reason why these female creators could tell a man to do whatever is because they know what women like because they are women. Well, shit. Okay. So you need the female content creator to tell you what women like instead of the male content creator that got his information from a female. I mean, damn, we can all read. So it's only credible when you listen to them and they super chatting it up. Understand, it's like Ruffin said earlier. A lot of these chicks, they come in, they get they fucking following up, and then understand. C-Bay said Andrew Tate is on point when it comes to self-improvement. Andrew Tate is on point about a lot of shit. Now, I ain't got to agree with everything everybody say. And if he's somebody that, you know, he supports WS, then okay. I haven't yet to come across it. I'm not going to deny what people have said they've seen or heard from anybody in particular because it might not have come across my desk. Understand, when I see that man talk about females, he's on point. On the game and the this and the that, the whole thing. I have yet to hear Andrew Tate say a word that I disagree with. Yet. Maybe you guys have seen more content than I have from him, but I have yet to see anything that he's saying that I disagree with. Okay, so let's continue. Fourth, I would like to address Miss Brown Sugar. So this is here for the fuckery. Pay attention. He's talking to you. I'd like to address the Miss Brown Sugar thing, as was noted yesterday live on the air. It was very interesting that for many years, guys in the Black Manosphere were under the impression that I simply had no woman of repute interested in me. Bernard even went on record in saying that he thought I made her up. Many in the Black Manosphere believe the same thing. And when the Donovan Sharp thing went down, many quickly believed what he said, hook, line, and sinker. It was her idea to come forward and start doing things together. And I'm so glad that we did, because I knew that the critics and detractors would move the goalposts. First, I was an incel. Then I was with some unnamed fat white woman. Then I was with Rasputia from Norbit. Then I was with a huge fugly baby mama. When the truth finally got out and none of it aligned with the previous narratives, things shifted to simply going in on Miss Brown Sugar on the grounds that I had gone in on black women, completely ignoring the fact that the black women I took issue with had gone in on black men repeatedly over the years, using their public positions to do so, and that none of those ladies would tinkle to put these white knights out if they were on fire. LOL. Make it make sense indeed. So now I got to read comments. Now I got to read comments because I want to hear what people got to say about. Okay, so Fresh and Fit, Andrew Tate, etc. were running around telling black men not to play the victim. White men who could look like Gus from Recess can bag Asian, black, and black baddies. Well, yeah, we know that, but we're not white men. I can't look at white men like, well, it's easy for them, so I'm not gonna do extra. Hard work beats talent when talent don't work hard. You ever heard that phrase? Hard work beats talent with talent don't work hard. So if a nigga's born tall, genetically superior to you, that's talent. He ain't got to do as much work as you have to. You ain't going to get his results just existing. He's going to get his results just existing because he was born with the talent, right? Right. So let's move on. He says that is stupid. Marcus, you're right. Obsidian is correct. The Trump stuff is supporting white supremacy. I don't know what he said about Trump, Andrew Tate. So I don't know. Y'all would have to put me onto that. Nah, it's male pedestalization of beautiful women that are sympathetic to and speak to male struggles. I get it, but how sincere do we know that these women are? I'm with it. Don't get it twisted. But everybody needs vetting. I mean, shit. In the civil rights era, a white man acting like he fighting for black civil rights is going to get looked at with the side eye. Like, we ain't going to just, hey, any white person that comes and says the right shit, we're going to just believe them. Like I said, you don't know who's who, even with black women. So we get tied up into the fact that she's black like me, so, and she's saying the good shit, so we just going to rock with it. Understand. How's the rest of their life going outside of what they say on the internet? You believe all these simp niggas? You think Derek Jackson was real about all the shit he was saying? The bitches loved him. Don't fall for the same trick that the bitches fall for. Right? So, Bronny James, black men do not peep the alt-right dog whistles from Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, Jordan Peterson, or even openly white supremacist black men are borderline retarded sometimes, fam. Understand this. While I understand, especially y'all like Jordan Peterson, and Fresh and Fit, while I understand that they do dog whistle, they're not always wrong. And there is information and facts that you can get from people who are not necessarily on your team. There is things to learn from everybody. Like I tell these incel niggas, you can learn from Pookie. Aside from crime, what is Pookie doing that may be attracting women? You can learn from him. Instead of throwing him in the garbage, he's a criminal, he's dusty, this and that and the other. Observe him. Maybe you can learn something from him. And at the end of the day, like even when I look at YouTube, I watch channels with different politics than I have because there's always something to learn. I don't always agree with Fresh and Fit. I don't always agree with Jordan Peterson. I don't see these guys as allies all the time. It doesn't matter because, if you listen long enough, you might pick up something. Myron spits out a lot of facts on that Fresh and Fit. If y'all watch my video on Fresh and Fit, y'all know what I think about them guys. Are they players? Hell no. But that ain't got nothing to do with facts. I don't care about none of the other shit. So I haven't heard anything about supporting. That's just some black men hating. I haven't heard. Yeah, hey, Bronny, you would have to let us know what, I mean, Fresh and Fit, I'm kind of up on, but like when it comes to Andrew Tate, you would have to kind of give me the knowledge on Tate. Y'all hate Trump because black women told y'all to hate Trump. I hear you, but a lot of y'all motherfuckers forget that motherfucker came with a whole white supremacist cabinet when he got elected. And I don't do nothing black women tell me to do or feel how they tell me to feel. But I remember when that motherfucker came in with what's his name? Breitbart. Oh, we forgot that. Let's not forget the cabinet that he walked into office with. My memory long as shit. The black women who were interested in me, I didn't want. The black women I wanted didn't want me. See that, you know, and him saying, you know, the Manosphere thought I was an incel. Well, my nigga, if you ain't saying that you got a woman, what are we supposed to think? But at but at the end of the day, and that's why I was expecting somebody to say something, right? Bro, why so-called alphas feel like they have to prove people wrong, they consider on lower levels. I don't know. Because like I've been telling people, listen, when I try to help these guys, give them advice, I'm not clowning niggas. It doesn't matter how I come at dudes, they keep associating me with the guy who is successful in putting them down. I don't brag on, you know, the females and this and that. I only say it so that you know I know what the fuck I'm talking about and I have credibility to speak on it. Doctors hang their degrees on their wall so that you know they went to school, so that you know that they're credible. It's not a flex. If I say I've been around women, I understand women, and I've had success with women, it doesn't mean I'm flexing on you. But at the same time, nigga, I get rejected too. We all get rejected. There's rejection for everybody. Nobody gets all the bitches. Nobody. But for these guys that, you know, he's the self-improvement. Understand. I try to come from a place of, yo, I'm trying to help you. Try what I'm doing. Try what I tell you to do. Maybe it might work for you. Maybe it won't. But nigga, what you're doing now ain't working for you. That's not a flex. That's not me talking down on niggas. You say, hey, everyone, I have a girlfriend. Well, good for you. But K, you know, I can't speak for the, you know, the alpha guys who like, well, you know, well, beta males do this. And if you like doing this, or if you cuddle a girl after sex, you're a beta male. You understand what I'm saying? So let's go with Bronny. Bronny says, I am not saying we are white men. I am saying that white men whine harder than anyone while having to do 10%. But on the white favoring manosphere, it's common to say black men are whiners. Depends on which black men. It's my belief, and until somebody proves different, this is my belief. It is my belief that the guys who are complaining, right, while refusing to implement anything to make themselves look presentable to the world, not just women, but to the world, are in the minority. I would like to think that, but damn, if you're saying that, you know, like, well, you know what, that doesn't mean nothing. If you're telling guys to improve themselves, you know, you might get guys that are offended because they don't want to improve themselves, or you might get guys that are offended because they're doing their best shit. Like, why would you tell, you know, I'm over here dressed up, dressed to the nines, this and that, and I'm a black man, but you're telling me improve myself, like this ain't enough. I get that point of view. I get that point of view. So understand, if the shoe fits. K. Dot says there was a clip that Fresh and Fit did titled The Most Attractive Race According to Women, which turned out to be white men. On their comment section, a woman said, what they said is pure nonsense. As a woman who works with a lot of other women, I can assure you racial preferences for women is a pre-existing condition. You can't just become attractive. That's not how it works. I've known plenty of women who openly admitted to me that they don't like certain races of men, which was always the same groups of men: Black, East Asian, and South Asian men. Plenty of which women? Because I don't know if I you know, dating apps show that, you know, the black men are above everybody else. He's number 2 in the dating market, according to the dating apps. All right. But yeah, Say groups Black, East Asian, and South Asian men. So Black men and Asian men are the least desirable according to what's being said. So fifth, that brings me to the issue of what the Black Manosphere actually wants. As I observed on yesterday's panel discussion, it is my view that what the Black Manosphere wants is to put Black women in their place. This accounts widely for Kevin's success. As previously stated, the Black Manosphere, wrong or right, good or bad, is a kind of nucleus for the sentiment of wanting to see Black men savaging Black women and vice versa. Across Black social media, this is why the current trend of boy-girl content is focused on contention, not resolution or even civil discourse. I don't know if I'm feeling them on that one. I think that even in the spaces where Black men are trying to make appeals to Black women, it's not happening. It's not happening. So even when it's not contingent, I ain't feeling them on that one. Nah. Said, moreover, Kevin didn't go viral a dozen times straight for his more civil conversations with Black women, and we all know that. This is facts. I should also like to add that I really don't appreciate anyone imputing motives to me based on their poor listening skills, poor critical thinking skills, lack of curiosity, and disdain for complexity or nuance. Don't assume, infer, or otherwise speculate on my motivations when I'm sitting right in front of you. I can relate to that. It's highly disrespectful, and it tells me that you're more interested in the straw man you've made of me in your mind than the real Mumia Obsidian Ali in front of you. I can definitely relate to feeling that way. Whether it's valid for him, I can't tell you, but I can relate to feeling that way. 6, to the charge that I'm somehow a traitor to the Black Manosphere cause, because I said on a fairly recent podcast that it made sense as to how and why Black women would choose the welfare state over the everyday brother. Well, I stand by what I said. He was an everyday brother, right? So let's continue. And that's not because of any ideological flip-flopping. Hassani, stand by. But because the numbers and the facts be some stubborn things, one of the mistakes I've made in taking on that moniker was that I unwittingly gave cover for a lot of guys who are okay with doing the bare minimum in life to get by, thinking that I would be their standard bearer. I can relate to that. A lot of guys, they hitch their wagons to this message, like, you know, the things that we talk about in the Black Manosphere that hurt Black men as a group of people, politically, legally, and socially. I got love for you, but fuck your feelings. This shit ain't about niggas who can't get pussy. Now, if you want some advice as a bro, I'll give you that. But that's not what we're here for. That's not the movement. It's important to separate real important Black Manosphere talking points from incel shit because of the shit that these motherfuckers be saying. In the same vein, if Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B get up on TV and do some ratchet shit, and you got women that you know personally who don't live ratchet lives, but love seeing Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion do ratchet shit, and you say, hey, they ratchet, and they like, leave them alone. They are causing themselves to be lumped in with the fuckery. Would you agree? By the same logic, if these guys are talking crazy about what they might do if their sexual needs aren't met, I can't be a part of that. And you shouldn't want to be a part of that. You shouldn't. And guys will say, well, we never said that they were obligated or that they owed or that they had to or these sorts of things. But then you say a bunch of other things that imply it, even if you don't say it straight out. Just because somebody don't call me an N-word doesn't mean that they're not implying it. Well, you know, if it get taken from them, then hey, that's what it is. Hey, you know. Again, if you co-sign fuckery, you get lumped in with the fuckery. Let me read some comments. I'll read some comments. So let's go with here for the fuckery. Obsidian said fat hoes are for broke men. but he is with a Viola Davis knockoff with flabby arms. How old is Obsidian? He's an older dude, right? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Was he saying that he gets dime pieces? I'll get Hassani to tell me if that was his selling point. There was no and, ifs, or buts regarding race, meaning no exceptions. Women are quite strict about that. I think that was a continuation. Sunken jaws and shit. If you see a woman without a racial preference, it's best to assume that her mileage is way above those with racial preferences, because who else doesn't discriminate prostitutes? Okay. I hear you. I ain't mad at that. Said, nope, maybe when it comes to many. Oh, to money. It's not good. It's good to not stay in one specific echo chamber. Yeah, I can't do it. Brother, I am not saying that they are wrong, or they are wrong, 100% wrong. Obviously, even have contributed to science. The issue is black men not setting boundaries. And when you say that, you mean for the people in the space, or do you mean black women, or I just give me an idea. Jafar, I don't believe most of those women. When April Mason was making her rounds, I knew she was only proposing traditional feminine subtle manipulation. Understand, she's actually the latest example of someone. I remember April Mason used to say a lot of what I would describe as Manosphere talking points until some shit went down, and then that's when the real motherfucker came out. Like I said, that N-word comes out every time. All you gotta do is piss somebody off. What up, Cortez? I see you. Okay. Fresh and fit be hating on FBA, so fuck them. I see you. April's frustration with black women was that they were too aggressive and proud to play the long con. Yeah. She was teaching women how to be chameleons. And to some extent, so was Kevin Samuels. And I fuck with Kev. But what Kevin was doing is he was trying to groom women into being the women that could get high value men. His audience was women. It wasn't us. We enjoyed it because, like Obsidian said, we want to see the women get savaged. Yo, you heard what he said to her? Yo, he told that bitch the truth. That was Kevin Samuels' male audience appeal, is that he told these chicks what it was, ain't give a fuck about their feelings. But what he was doing for them is he was selling the idea of being a chameleon, of playing the role to get a high value man. I'm not mad at Kevin. I don't hate Kevin. I'm just saying what it is. He's like, I want people to get married. So in other words, he was kind of blue pill. Okay. Yeah. Steve Bannon. That's his name. Breitbart. So what April did was dangerous to black men. So we got Bronny again. Yo, Bronny, it's going to be one of these days. You're going to have to call in, man. You got a lot of opinions, man. And your shit's interesting. So Bronny says, black men do not need to learn from Pookie. The women love Pookie because he's a bum, not because he does anything. Putting your Johnson is hazardous. In hazardous black woman, Punani, and getting on CS is no achievement. I beg to differ in the context of basic sexual attraction. Okay. And I know this because it's experience. Understand that Pookie he gives off an aura and an energy. And I'm not saying that what you said is not the truth. Like black women don't chase dudes below them. I've seen it. But even Pookie that ain't a bum, right? They find attractive. So it doesn't begin and end at Pookies that, you know, play under black women. Right? So let's keep going. Keep playing with Trump. Slavery is coming back for dumbs of all races. They're going to call it indentured servitude like they did 5 centuries ago. I don't know who the fuck just hit my inbox. So Bronny says black men need to learn from Arab, China, Indian, and Chinese, etc. Men, not some dude putting his Johnson in Punani that is fat, disease, etc. I'm only speaking in the context of trying to get the attention of black women for sex, which is the debate that I've been having long enough. If you're not interested in that, then there's, of course, nothing to learn from Pookie. But what I'm saying is, if you're trying to attract a particular animal, you have to know what the bait is. Shit, lesbians, women who like women. Look at these women. Black women who like black women, the studs, who do they dress like? They dress like Pookie. White women who like white women. When they want to attract other white women, who do they dress like? They don't dress like Pookie. They wear little Ellen DeGeneres fucking vests and ties, and they got their hair cut a little short and shit like that. They know the game that they're hunting. Culturally. Right? You know, black women who like women don't wear suits and ties to get black women's attention. They wear baggy jeans and they sag them shits. Y'all know what studs look like. Let's not play games. Said dudes have totally blown that alpha beta rhetoric out of proportion. They have, to a certain extent. Yeah, they have. There's a truth to it, but then there's now everybody's definition of alpha beta is based on what they think is good or bad in a man. You know, alpha male take care of his woman and does everything she says and this and that and the other. Yeah, okay. No doubt, bro. Said, Yep. Even after that, you did. Black man refuses his owner. I shame of roasting him. But yo, we're gonna go back into this. Some more of this. What my man said. I'm gonna read K Dot's. There's more to what this woman said. Check out my comment after she's mentioned Black East Asian men. Said I can't recall Obsidian acting like he got dime pieces. Me neither. But you guys, you guys will know better than me. So okay with doing the bare minimum in life to get by and thinking that I would be their standard bearer. I don't represent the black man doing bare minimum. I represent the black man. This is me talking. This ain't Obsidian. I ain't reading. This is me, Marcus, talking. I represent the man who is out here doing his fucking thing and is still getting shitted on. If you out here doing the bare minimum, nigga, you get the bare minimum. And however that sounds, I got love for you. But fuck your feelings. I'm not saying be an astronaut. But bare minimum, more than the bare minimum. Well, Pookie, I don't want to hear about Pookie. I don't want to hear what the bitches is doing, because if you're saying that the only way you're going to do more than bare minimum is to get the attention of the same bitches you saying is low budget, then something is wrong with you, nigga. Go elsewhere. If you're going to raise your value, you should also go for value. If you're saying that the women ain't worth raising the value for, then you're not only you making a bad argument by not improving your own value, but then you're saying that you're choosing bad. I ain't raising my value for a bitch with 5 kids. Okay, so raise your value for the bitch without them. Huh? When it became clear that I wanted much more out of life and began moving in the direction 4 years ago, I got nothing but grief from black men in the black manosphere ever since. You guys are free to take up that mantle if you like, but know this: none of what you say, no matter how well sourced or presented, is going to move the needle insofar as the ladies are concerned. Woo! Sonny. Huff. Did you hear? I'm going to read this shit again. None of what you say, no matter how well sourced or presented, is going to move the needle insofar as the ladies are concerned. Damn. Damn. That nigga said some shit right there. He said some shit right there. JBA, I see you. Said uneducated lame. Understand, right? He said no such thing as an alpha. Yeah, I understand. They went back and study and this and that, blah, 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 blah. But alpha is an idea. It's definitely an idea. I'll get back to that later. Said you really sit getting shit on for real. Keep it 100. Who, me? No, hey, look, they tell me, I tell motherfuckers improve. Whatever needs improving. In order for you to know what got to be improved, you got to go out there and find out. I'm gonna put this out there, Mike. Sent Mike a link. Mike posted it for feedback. This was a guy, data scientist on dating. This dude talks. Sounds like Steve Urkel. His voice high-pitched voice, white man. Well, I'm pretty geeky, Gomez, you know what I'm talking about. I'm pretty geeky. Well, they asked this geeky man, since I'm not geeky enough to give you the fucking game, the geeky man says, well, you got to play the numbers, man. The geek said it. Gotta play the numbers, man. Most people ain't gonna win the lotto. Motherfuckers still play. Hard work beat talent when talent don't work hard. Happens all the time. If you the nigga with more working against you, you got to go harder than the nigga with everything working for him. That's the world. Trial and error. You got to bump your head until you don't bump your head no more. Feel it out. So all your stats and everything like that is not going to change shit, is what he said. They have made it abundantly clear that they can and will take their chances with Uncle Sam for life before considering the prospect of dealing with the average at best brother and all that entails. It's fucked up. Okay. They made it clear. If you're average at best, take your average at best shit somewhere else. SYSBM. SYSBM. If you're average, I'm not telling niggas to be astronauts. If you're average, you got your shit together on some adult shit, and these bitches is fronting, fuck them. Go elsewhere. I've been saying this shit forever. Simply put, she can get more in the way of resources and a lot less in the way of bad temperaments and attitudes. Yeah, but that's the nigga she choose. Cheating and worse. Yeah, niggas cheat. If they can cheat. Shit, incels, shit. They trying to get the one woman. Shit, who they cheating with? So, and that's assuming homeboy is indeed bringing in a steady 42K USD a year on average. In their minds, it simply ain't worth it. And you don't have to be a sellout or pay to be a simp to see that. Yeah, they minds, it ain't worth it. You would have to be a pair to be a simp to think that they're right, though. Hold on, shit, my shit coming out. You would have to be a pair to be a simp to think that they're right, though. I'm aware that they don't think it's worth it. Because all these bitches want high value men. Right? But, you know, if they don't think it's worth it, go elsewhere. Take your ball and go play somewhere else. Play in another court. In their minds, it simply ain't worth it. Okay, as I said in my most recent live show, what a lot of black men in the black manosphere want is a safe place, not a dojo to actually get better. I do agree with that. Motherfuckers want the shit to be easy. They want to soothe it. They want soothing and to be told that everything's going to be all right, that it's not their fault. That is not what I'm here for. Everything ain't your fault, black man. But everything is not your fault. Does that make sense? I got love for you, but fuck your feelings. Each one of us individually has issues that we could improve upon. All of us. There's nobody in this motherfucker that can't improve. Shout out to Big Kev 9539. I simply refuse to be a penile policeman against black men simply because all of us brothers are playing the dating game on all Madden difficulty. Only because you're trying to chase black women. When you turn that game on all Madden difficulty, just understand that it's the big booty black bitch is the final boss. If you turn the dial You change your target, or lower your standards, or change the target. There's something about what you're doing that could be changed, and it'll affect your shit, or you're gonna have to holler at more bitches. Holla, holla, holla. Holla, 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 holla. Holla, 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 holla. People will never be satisfied. Absolutely. Women don't care about conversation. Their emotional realities are more important and more influential. You'd be surprised, nigga. I'm not going to say that you're not, for the most part, right? But you'd be surprised. As soon as you take it somewhere else, black women will try to ruin your life. Fuck them. That's the wild part. I've seen them try to get coworkers fired for dating white women. Other people's realities are more important to them. For example, them hearing other women complain about men, though they themselves never had issues. Yeah. About to catch up. Yeah, dating black women is like playing on Hall of Fame mode while your opponent has cheat codes, even for the highest status black men. And that's why I don't deny none of the shit y'all guys are saying. But you still got to be average or better for other women. The reason why we're dealing with this shit is because, like I said, niggas can't walk away from black women. If this is your experience, if you ain't got a problem getting black women, okay. If you ain't got a problem fucking with black women, getting pussy from them, okay. But if you do, and like you said, playing the game on, you doing all you pressing the button at breakneck speed, and you're not winning the game. SYSBM, nigga. I gotta ask the gentleman in the chat another question. How many non-black women do you holler at? How often do you do it? Are we struggling to, in the same way that the women are, to swirl? Are we swirling? Somebody tell me. Are we swirling? So they want soothing and right? Fair enough, but know that it will not change things on the ground. No, it won't. That will only happen when brothers in appreciable numbers start stepping their game up. I don't think, and I'm going to say this, and shout out to my man Adam McTow. That's where he loses me. That's where he loses me a little bit. While I will say that there is a good number of men that could step their game up and it'll improve their results, black men stepping their game up is not going to improve black relationships overall. Hell no. No. Because there's still the other issues. Understand, and people, motherfuckers, get me wrong. I'm not saying that, yo, if niggas dress right and do bitches will get on program or on code. No. I say that look good for sex access. The bitches is still gonna do dumb shit. Me and Obsidian debated about successful relationships. While I will say certain things will help you get pussy, they won't guarantee you a successful relationship. It's not the same thing. I've said this before. None of this shit guarantees your relationship will work. looks, game, and all. It doesn't necessarily guarantee you a successful relationship, marriage, or none of that shit. That is when you're dealing with culture. By the time you start dealing with the women long term, that's when culture comes in. So let's keep going. Fair enough. Okay. I notice how it will only happen when brothers in appreciable numbers start stepping their game up. And I notice how none of you have dedicated shows to that topic. Only me, Kevin C. Boogie, and you can count Donovan to a certain extent, maybe ARC, but none of you have, and none of you won't. And we all know why money. So basically, he's saying that nobody will dedicate a show or shows to self-improvement for black men because it'll hurt their numbers. I can attest to that. I can attest to that. I'm gonna start reading y'all comments in a second because I asked how many of you talk to non-black women. I'm gonna get to that in a second. So we all know why money. The very same things you and your audience jumps on me about, those guys can and will nickel and dime you to hear you say that it's everyone else's fault, especially black women's. Well, some shit is black women's fault. But shit, I lost the fucking shit. It's just certain things that are attributable. Like they can be pinpointed or pointed to as a black female issue. All right, here we go. But there's other things where it's like, okay, well, there's things that you can work on. Okay, so those guys, Nicola, yet black men in the black manosphere whine and moan about not being submitted to and so on, and aren't willing to do anything to move the needle on that front. Take the 50-50 debate. How many brothers rake Kevin over the coals for him saying that men should pay for everything? To ask the question is to answer it. But ain't he the same guy? See, now, black men shouldn't settle for less. I've seen him say that, right? So let's read. Okay, let's see who's talking to. Said 2 words, social engineering. I agree. Not saying that you can't profit, but it should be the main goal. You're gonna have to give me some context for that because I got lost in that. Nope to struggle swirling. That's a good question. I live in the South, so for me, my options are white, Hispanic, and last Asian women because of the amount who live here. Okay, I talk to some Latin women from time to time. My issue with Hispanics here was bad. It's just that them and Asians, Indian, Chinese here are dating for marriage. I don't want that. Gotcha. I live in North Florida. I haven't seen a baddie walking around in a very long time. Damn. Latinas fuck with me. The problem is me. I naturally prefer black women. Understood. What's up, fam? Champion niggas in the building. What's up? I see you, man. Thanks for jumping in here. No culture of men here pay for everything. They all go somewhat 50-50. See, and that's another point that he loses me on. He said, I agree, it's a cultural thing for them to be suitable to only date for marriage. Only black men, right, for the most part, are shamed for wanting to have more than one income in the household. Everybody else understands that we are living in a time where you need more than one income, depending on how you want to live. Black women price themselves out the game. We know that. That's something that I don't want niggas to think is lost on me. I've said it a million times. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? They price themselves out the game. They the only chick. You gotta pay everything. These same bitches that when they fuck with broke Brad will go 50-50 or 100-0. So you lose me with that shit. You know, how many brothers rake Kevin over the coals for him saying men should pay for everything? Shit. Why didn't you rake him over the coals? And then you say, niggas don't settle for less. You was the representative for the black working man. So, again, there's points I agree, there's points I don't. Seventh and finally, I want to say something directly to Game Changer. Okay. Well, this is something that's between them. I ain't even going into that shit. So, my response to Obsidian, I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to put it on screen. I'm going to read it to you. I responded to him on this. Well, damn, tell us how you really feel, Mamiya. I'm a relative newbie, albeit veteran consumer to the YouTube space as a Manosphere content creator. I could say from personal experience, telling black men anything regarding self-improvement will get the mob gunning for you, mostly because black men see self-improvement in the limited scope of doing it for black women who they do not see as worth the trouble because of who black women let slip through the cracks of the criteria. Pookie. Right or wrong, they rest on it, continue to complain. My question to them being that even non-black women demand a certain quality standard in their men. Although different, but much of the same, why not improve not only for self, but for the attention and respect of women that are worth it, for a higher quality of life, for your own self-image and confidence. If the black women they think self-improvement isn't worth enacting for aren't a factor, why complain of their lack of cooperation? If they aren't worth it, why are they worth the conversation? Why aren't you yourself worth the trouble for health and, better yet, an improved life experience? This is what I said to him. An improved life experience. So niggas don't want better just for the fuck of it? He's right. He's right for the most part. There's some blurry shit in there, and you know he kind of goes across the line of what he was at one point and what he represented, but what he's saying, a lot of it, not all of it, a lot of it is on point. A lot of it is on point. Again, I don't point this to everyone, okay? But we gotta own that it's hard to tell guys, you know, save yourself, fool. Save yourself, fool. You got these bitches that, they came up with a bill in Ohio where they want to sue niggas for getting pregnant. Y'all heard about this shit? They're trying to get a bill passed in Ohio where women can sue you for getting them pregnant. These women want to get paid. I see the girl post, women should get paid for the 9 months that they're pregnant. They want more incentives for reckless womb management. More incentives. You know, sex strikes. I don't know if I mentioned this before. Sex strikes. Sex strikes. Imagine protesting the banning of a thing by not committing the action that would create the need for the thing that you were banning. Let me say this again. We talk about Roe versus Wade. Imagine protesting the banning of a thing by not committing the action or threatening to not commit the action that would create the need for the thing you were banning. These bitches are not masterminds, bro. Sex strikes brought to you by the same women getting pregnant by accident. Sex strikes. Because it takes less discipline to practice safe sex or use birth control. You talking about women getting pregnant sloppily. Sex strikes. But they want you to be liable for getting them pregnant. You know, man, I don't see it. I don't see it happening. I don't see that passing. Incels. If you can't talk a woman out of her pussy, or you don't have it to otherwise get her to fuck you, and you can't pay for it, you are then an incel. If you commit or omit an action and the results leave you sexless, you're not an incel. Did anybody miss what I just said? If you commit or omit an action and the results of that action leaves you sexless, you're not an incel. Whatever, if you make a decision that affects you not getting pussy, you're not an incel. If the bitches refuse to fuck you, but pussy's for sale and you refuse to buy it, you're not an incel. You're making the decision that's causing you not to get sex. Incel is involuntary. Your heart beats involuntarily. You do nothing to cause your heart to beat. You don't think about it. It does it on its own. It's involuntary. It don't make the argument. And they got, well, you know, they should legalize prostitution. Nigga, with all the sexual assault shit that I'm reading online, don't pretend that you're more concerned about catching the prostitution charge than the other charge. Because the other charge will have you fucked up more. Okay? Again, SYSBM. If the current crop that you're near and in proximity to is not fucking with you, if you're not their type, because sometimes you just ain't the type, nigga. SYSBM. I'm not a nationalist. I'm an internationalist. I'm not Pan-African. I'm Pan-Am. You got to be a old enough nigga to get that one. I'm not mad at a man obtaining vagina in any way that does not involve force. All right? Any way that does not involve force. I don't want you to complain about the shit, though. Unless you're at a loss over it and you complaining about it. Okay? I ain't the dick police. Fuck who you want to fuck. Marry who you want to marry. But this trauma bond for the men who are struggling with it, right? Because a lot of y'all in here ain't got a problem fucking black women. Like y'all get the pussy. It's just the attitudes on the long term. The to me, the valid complaint is not about pussy. It's about there ain't enough wives. There's plenty pussy out here. And if pussy ain't being offered to you in the black community, you need to get the fuck over there where it's being offered. Shit ain't legal where you at. Maybe your ass need to move where it's legal. If you worry about legalities, if you are omitting an action, you are not involuntary celibate. The pussy's over there and you don't go over there and get it, you're making a decision. My man, some guys rather beat off and save themselves a headache. I'm not mad at that neither. That's a decision. That's a decision. Yeah. I got love for you. But fuck your feelings. Understand. So I said earlier, I thought the main purpose of the Manosphere was for black men to have a voice against the 40, 50 years of media community slander, not to make profit. Not only that, but not to complain about who's getting pussy or who they not getting pussy. I agree with you. That's the main purpose. It's for the message. But see, you know, black people, we have a bad thing with supporting those who advocate for us. I see a lot of guys in the Manosphere, they do get support. I'm not going to sit here and act like motherfuckers do not get supported. There are a lot of guys who advocate for black men and they do not flip-flop and they get supported. I would imagine Angry Man is one of those guys. I'm not going to act like, you know, because there's this idea that black men do not support their advocates. A lot of you are members of YouTube channels. A lot of you are members of Patreons for black men who speak on your behalf. And I appreciate that. I don't have a Patreon. I don't, you know, as yet. I don't have a membership. But for those who do that, for those men that advocate for you, I appreciate that on behalf of some of the names I said earlier, whether it be T. Hassan Johnson, Green Gorilla, you know, and everyone else who, you know, BGS and more, everyone else who has a Patreon or any of these guys that are on here, because, you know, what he was about to say in, you know, in his last paragraph, and I'm talking about Obsidian, he basically was going into how much work this is. Like this YouTube shit, this shit is work. So understand, while on one hand, yeah, you want guys to be you know, honest, you want them to have integrity, you want them to not flip-flop. You got to support them. If guys are going to flip-flop, it's like the coon shit. You support black people, you struggle. You coon, you get paid. There's an incentive to betray you. You got to give people an incentive to advocate for you. Not because profit, but this shit is work. This shit is work. And that's what Obsidian was saying. He says in his last paragraph, it's real easy to talk smack about who is and is not a leader, how they do as a leader, and whether one is a Benedict Arnold, all from behind the comfort of a faceless avatar. There are quite a few guys in and around the black manosphere like you, know-it-alls, who nevertheless can't be bothered to do this full time because they have a real job. Right? Y'all may fool everyone else, but you don't fool me. The real reason why you won't get your behind in the arena is because you know you will get your asses kicked. People will look you up and down and say, Negro, please. You won't be able to make a full-time living from it because you're not entertaining, and no one will want to be associated with you in the light of day. Many of you types can't work well with others on your day jobs, and that's why you land in IT fields in the first place, but want to openly question me and my peers' leadership abilities. Stop it. None of you have accomplished a scintilla of what I've done in the past 7 years. Yes, you hold yourself out to be some kind of judge and jury and the final arbiters of who is and who is not fit to fit for leadership of something I helped to create. No wonder so many of you strike out with so many ladies. The hubris combined. I can see how somebody might take this away. Gomez, I see it. I see it. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But he has a point. He has a point. Mike, if you're still there, post a comment so I know you're still there. while I will not put down working men, you know, I'm Mr. Flexer. I flex on niggas and shit. I will not put down working men. I will not put down men who, you know, have hard times attracting women. You know, guys who are not as cool or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because they like to say, he said, thank you. To an extent, he still has a point. He still has a point. He still has a point. Okay? He says, none of you have accomplished a scintilla of what I. He's right, though. He said, no one of many of you strike out so related to humans combined with sheer ignorance is astounding. I'll end with this. If you think you could do better, come on down to the Terror Dome, put your face out there, fly under your name, go full time doing this, Bill. He's right, because I'm going to tell you, it's easier in some respects to just work your regular job than to become successful at shit like this. It is. It is. A lot of what these guys are doing, you know, whether you want to talk about O'Shea, you want to talk about you know, media take, you know, the mediocre tutorials, you know, anybody, you know, I've been preached, all the guys, the big name guys. And this is what I was telling Mike earlier, and Hassani and Ruff. It's like being a rapper. Your first shows, you're going to be rapping to nobody. You're going to have 3 guys in the whole club. Nobody's going to clap, but you got to rap like you're in an arena. And I want to take this time out to shout out Hassan Johnson, Doc, Green Gorilla, BGS Sidmore, Bitter Truth Show. Because I was on this motherfucker almost 2 years. And nobody was watching my shit. And them motherfuckers shared my shit. And that's why we're here. Them motherfuckers gave me the cosign. Understand, it's just like rap. Like, you get the cosign. This shit is not easy, yo. If a lot of people who got up on YouTube and didn't get the cosign, and they're at 500,000 followers now, or over 500,000 followers, that shit ain't easy. Say what you want about some of these guys. O'Shea do a video every day. How many of you guys have ever seen a Keep It 100 news video? I got 3 of them. How many of you have seen that? Keep It 100 news with the music in the beginning or the animation and all that. Did 3 of them. Did 1 for when I hit 1,000 and it was part of the live. Them shits take all day to do. And they get the least amount of views. I'm sure most of you have not seen them, but they take all day as work. But you keep going, just like with the bitches, you keep going. So I gotta give them that when it comes to, yo, bro, like, you talk a good game from the sidelines. It's like niggas that watch games and they see a nigga miss the free throw and they call him a bum. You know what I'm saying? Your thoughts on the Woman King. Woo! Yo, hey, you know what? I want questions like this. My thoughts on the Woman King is this, and I'm gonna get back to what he was saying. My thoughts on the Woman King is this, right? I haven't seen the movie yet. I mean, on his face, it just looks like more of the same shit. On his face, you know, a guy said me, you know, it's a true story. Like my man Rob, I see you, Rob. I see you, Rob. Me and Rob was talking about, like, bro, you know, it's based on a true story. Well, shit, a lot of this shit based on true story, but we know we're gonna get the Hollywood remix.
The Hollywood remix. That's what I'm worried about. The Hollywood remix. You know, more of the, you know, like they got her on the poster with broad ass shoulders like a motherfucker. Black women appreciate this idea of being strong without having to live up to it. They don't want to have to live up to it. They like the idea of it. They like the I guess the feeling that it gives them. They want to be strong because when they hear strong, they think we're like men because they want to be men. If you tell an Asian woman in the East that she's man-like, she will get offended. Women in the East do not want to be like men because they think, why? What are you trying to say? You trying to say I'm a man? I'm a woman. What? Ain't I a woman? What happened to ain't I a woman? They want to be men. So when they hear strength, they're not thinking strong feminine. They thinking strong masculine. They want to be masculine, but they don't want to have to live up to it. They have to make a profit so it stays alive. Yeah, 5 days of video from O'Shea. That's a lot of fucking work. I'm sure he's not doing it all by himself, but at one point, I'm sure he did. All right. They said the Woman King has scenes with black women sleeping with white women. That's probably the truth. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. They had a little interracial in it. It showed a black woman kissing a white woman. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's pretty much how the Dahomey Amazonians were. They were all show. They would take wives, etc., and didn't really fight. Yeah. So listen, if this was a real thing, I mean, we'd have a country somewhere ran by women, but it's not real. I mean, look, neither is Iron Man. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Listen, okay, let them have it, right? My thing is this, right? Let them have their Woman King movies, their Dora Milaje, or whatever. But make them live up to the shit. Somebody kick in the door downstairs. Hey, take this back. Go downstairs and see who making that noise. Fuck the bullshit. Make them live up to it. Make them live up to it. The Woman King. Shit, we go to the club or go to a restaurant. Hey, you the king, bitch. Pay for this meal. You the Woman King, right? Y'all the kings. Make them live up to this shit. I'm a boss, bitch. Well, you the boss, bitch. What James Brown say? Pay the cost to be the boss. You got to pay the cost to be the boss. This we don't do this fake title shit. You got to pay the cost to be the boss, bitch. Boss baby. Not boss bitch. That should be the movie. Boss bitch. You gonna pay the cost to be the boss. You gotta make them live up to it. I'm cool with the shit. What is that? I'm cool with the shit. Okay. Y'all want to be women kings and this and that? It's cool. I told motherfuckers a long time ago. Yeah, I look at me like, hey, Marcus, he the gym nigga. Okay. I'll be a boy toy. I've been a boy toy for a female. I've been that nigga going to the gym, staying rock diesel while a woman go to work and pay for shit and pay for the car insurance and the car note and that. I done that shit already, man. I don't have no problem with it. You want to be the Woman King? You want to call me? Hey, you done just came from the club. You all lick it up. You about to pay for my cab for me to ride across Brooklyn and come smash? Okay. Miss Architect. I ain't saying no names.
Miss Architect. You know what I'm saying? She the one with the bread. She the boss bitch. Understand? Yo, you want me to come through? You gotta pay for the cab. I'll be that. Niggas like, no, I'm the man, so I can't have it. Nigga, you crazy? Fuck is you talking about? How many of y'all would let a woman pay for dinner on the first date? I'm paying for dinner. How many of y'all be like, nah, shorty, I got it? Because I'm going to tell you the truth, is a lot of men who block the treatment that they would be getting because they macho. So I expect the typical tropes, women ridiculously stronger than men and probably some alphabet activity. Okay, well, they got to live up to that shit. Marcus, that's the thing. The homie Amazonians thought they were spiritual men and couldn't live up to reality. Of course they can't. Of course they can't. I've done both in regards to paying for dinner. Listen, I had a woman take me out, first date, paid for the date, then asked me after paying the bill, are you going to give me some? This is a long time ago. And this is a woman that I still got love for. And niggas will tell you in real time, that's something I rarely say. Like, I don't play a character. I'm a cold nigga in real life when it comes to females. A cold nigga in real life. She was like, you gonna give me some? The chick offered to pay for some shit. I'ma let them. Fuck all this macho shit. Let them. I get it, Mike. I'm just saying, if the shit plays out, so I don't really do dinner on the first day, drinks and maybe apps. Okay, well, let her pay for drinks. Take your blessing. Now, how they be like, yeah, get your blessing, girl. Nigga, take your blessing. She blessing you. Niggas will take pussy on the first night, but not the date, the check. What? Who in here is too proud for that? I don't see what the higher ups are trying to do, separating black women from black men, only to socially engineer them to be with white women. They pushing the black women, white men hard on every look. They're pushing diversity, but you don't see a lot of diversity in the framework of black man with whatever race. You don't see much of that. All right, now I need my fucking cutter, man. I done talked all this shit. Now, y'all want the link? Oh, damn. We almost been here for 3 hours. It's going to be a rotator. Who want the link? Who want the link? Who want the motherfucking link? I'm gonna post it to my usual guys, man. Y'all be scared to talk to me, man. I swear to God. It's always the same motherfuckers. My man Shane, Hassani, the rest of it. About to post it. My critical thinkers, assemble. They go to link critical thinkers. critical thinkers, jump on in here and talk to me. Do y'all want the link? Who wants the link? Matter of fact, I'm gonna post the link in the chat too. Fuck it. Let's see who's bold enough to step up, man. Yeah, jump in here, talk to me, cause we about to wrap this up. Oh shit. Yeah, your background crazy loud. I got you. What the fuck happened to my fucking cigar cutter? I got love for you, but fuck your feelings, man. Fuck your feelings, man. All right? Here's a few things for us black men, right? Got love for you. It ain't fucking, go buy some pussy. Okay? Go buy some pussy. Here's the ill shit. Here's the ill shit. If you're fat, lose weight. Do you have to be Adonis? No. I'm looking for average, maybe above average. You don't have to be an astronaut. The fuck, man. I'm mad, man. Supposed to be smoking my shit. I'm poke a hole in this motherfucker. Fuck it with a pen. Yeah, man. You ain't gotta be Adonis. You ain't gotta be Adonis, man. Looking for average. What's wrong with average? Average out. Get a bitch of something to look at, something to sweat, something to chase. What's wrong with this? I don't care if you fuck what you fuck with Latino women, whatever woman. Okay, that'll work. I don't care, man. Whatever the fuck, bro. This is a big ass cigar. It's some cartoon shit. Oh my god. I'm just saying, y'all. Y'all can't be serious. It's my camera again. Gonna change that battery again. Understand, brothers. So nobody's jumping in here with me. Ain't that some shit? Where the fuck is my critical thinking crew? Where y'all niggas at? At the end of the day, man. At the end of the day, man. He said battery time. Asada, you ain't jumping in here, man. I don't care if it's just sound, man. You don't need your camera, man. Jump up in here, man. Actually, I need you. Bishop X. Bishop X, the link is in, the link is posted. Shit. The link is posted, man. So I'm gonna bring you in while I fuck with this camera. What's good, bro?
It's time for a new battery. Swap me out and then put a new one in.
Yeah, man. I still need this cord, man. I need this cord. I mean, I got this shit, but I need the cord to connect to it, the fucking dummy battery and shit. But yeah, man. So earlier I said, we saw, you know, this is something we talked about earlier, man. So I want you to speak on some of this stuff that I said, man. I mean, you know, you could speak on Obsidian, you could speak on any of this shit. You could speak on, I guess, if you want the validity of not only what he's saying, but the fact that he's saying it, or the contradictions of him saying it.
Well, as far as Obsidian, I mean, any man in the Manosphere, any heterosexual man can do whatever he wants to. I keep saying that, and I'm always going to say it. You do what you want to. You just have to be okay with, you know, how everybody treats you afterwards. So for years, I sat there on Obsidian's podcast, and he was the voice of the unselected brother. So when that turned to be what the podcast was about, I was like, oh, I feel kind of left out because I'm me. But Obsidian is extremely funny. I'm 6'2", a little bit in shape, so I don't exactly fit into the unselect brother category. But the content was funny, so I listened. But now all of a sudden he disappears, reappears. He's got a suit on and he's talking about self-improvement. I said, wait a second. What happened to the blue collar, 5'5" brother stacking boxes at Walmart? Because that was supposed to be the everyday brother and the non-select brother.
Right.
So the message has changed. And I mean, I'm not going to hate on a brother ever getting a woman. Ever. I am happy Miss Brown Sugar came along. I'm happy for him to have a woman. He says he's always had a woman. Great. I have a woman or two. Great. But the message changed where it was just the funny non-select men, and now it's I'm gonna let my woman talk to y'all about issues. Like it's supposed to be a man space, hence Manosphere. I don't know where the woman came in at, but now it seems to be his woman is on every podcast. And he has to wear pretty much every podcast. I'm no longer a Patreon, but I'm still subscribed on YouTube.
So let me ask you this, and this is more about what you're saying than the actual topic of what he was speaking on. We're gonna get to that in a second. When did she come into the picture? Like, did he put her on? Because the way he talks is like she been in the background all this time. He's been had a woman, and then it was her idea to get on, and this and that and the third. Like,
she really could have been there in the background the entire time. I'm just gonna say, as somebody who listens to him daily, like get in trouble at work because I have Obsidian on, listening to him with the Echo box. Like that's the type of loyal listener that I was before. I've never heard a mention of a woman. The creed and the motto always was the women that I was interested in didn't want me. And the women that were interested in me, I didn't want them. So that was always his motto and creed. So all of a sudden him to say that was his creed. No, that was his creed. And so now, okay, there was always a woman all along. Okay. I mean, hey, I keep women on Shadow 6. People don't know who they are or where they're at. The pandemic changed a lot of relationships. Okay, nobody saw my chick before the pandemic. I could see that. That doesn't mean that she wasn't always there. All right, cool. But most people are message stayed the same. I didn't go from being an everyday brother to all of a sudden putting my chick on camera. That's the difference. The non-select man. Non-select means sisters aren't checking for you. Okay. The sisters that I wanted didn't want me. Okay. So where did chick come from? It's just a counter message. Hey, he's adapting to what makes money now, I guess. Cool. I'm just saying the message kind of sort of changed.
So Cortez says Obsidian is hilariously fake. Just in case Obsidian comes across this video, some Obsidian fan alerts Obsidian, Marcus Aurelius, KeepItOneHunned is talking shit about you. No, that's not what
I'm not talking shit. No.
I just want to say that. But like I said, I there's a lot of things that he said that I agree with. Now, is he the right person to deliver the message? Maybe, maybe not. That's for you guys to determine as somebody, as guys who followed him for whatever amount of time you followed him for. That's not for me to determine. That's for you guys to determine. All I have to go on is what he said on the actual post. You understand what I'm saying? And that's all I have to go with. So all I'm
His
saying
post
is
is 100%. I agree with you. I agree with you. His post is 100% spot on.
yeah. I was about to ask you what is your feeling about the content of what he said, and go into that.
Well, as I talked to you about, I was one of those geeks who originally went over with Kevin Samuels. So before the pandemic and before all the blow up, I was always with Donovan Sharp, listening to Donovan Sharp's cast. All right. And there became this divide after the Brother Pill podcast because there were some of us who weren't exactly a fitted and Tim's wearing type brothers, but we're still black men. We still care about, the game. And so Kev basically came on Donovan's show and was telling us, these are the things you got to wear. These are the way you got to dress. You got to step up your game. Okay, so there were some of us who were white collar, like myself, who started listening to Kev. And there were people who were like, well, I don't feel like wearing a suit. I don't feel like wearing an ascot. I don't feel like, and they labeled that as gay. We didn't fit in with those people.
You saying what?
Wearing, the cologne and fragrances and all that other, and all the other stuff that would make you more sophisticated.
So what got labeled as, so that stuff got labeled as gay?
Yeah, got labeled as gay or talking to other women, talking to the highest value woman you could find. That's selling out. You can't comment on black issues unless you have a black woman. So that's pretty much how I got on that other half of the Manosphere with Donovan and Kevin.
Speak to what he is saying about the self-improvement aspect, and because everybody always talks about how Kev was not successful when he was doing self-improvement for men, this, and that, and the third. I was always under the impression that the reason for that was because talking to men, it's like it's not as controversial. Correcting men is not as controversial as correcting women. It's like you can tell men, hey, you know what, step your game up, this, and that, and the other, and nobody will trip. This is actually because, again, I've been doing this for a long time on Facebook. This is actually my first experience getting any sort of pushback from telling men anything. Usually you tell men something and men will be like, I feel you, man. Yeah. Right. And to the credit, most of the guys in this space, like, react that way, but then you get the few that, they react a different way. Maul, what's going on? Let me unmute him. What's going on, bro?
Hey, Marcus, how you?
What's going on? What's popping?
Nothing much. I'm just listening on the podcast. It's like you made mention of, a lot more women coming into the space, and it's like that's one of the things that it kind of strikes me a weird way, is because when that happens, you can have a situation where the trajectory is changed because they eventually gain positions of influence, if you follow what I mean. So, it's like, and you slowly start to see that. So, for example, if, she's a woman with a storied past, she's not going to try to disqualify herself when she's talking to men. Right? So she's going to be like, well, these type of women can change, and, you should work with them. Women. It's like the whole trajectory of creating standards get, redirected, and that's my concern. Is
So
that
what?
as more women come into the space,
I want you to
and
elaborate on the storied past. Like, what is that? Talk to me.
when I say storied past, I mean like certain things that, you know, it's like she's made certain life choices, right? So she might be a single mom. She might have been a hoe in her past life or whatever,
In her
right?
past life.
You following what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah.
I'm fucking with you on the choice of words in her past. Like the bitch died and came back. like I was a hoe in my past life or some Joan of Arc shit, nigga. Like, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? The bitch died from being a hoe, came back as a nun.
That's
But
how
then continue.
they treat it
You know,
though. It's like, okay,
stupid
so your character that you lived with your whole life, all of a sudden, you know, it's like you're a new person, like you're a whole new creation, you know. But either way, it's like they'll generally. I think I did it. I mentioned it on one of your posts. Is like how mothers would teach their sons how to be safety nets for that they wish they had.
right.
Right.
Oh,
Right. So these women come to the space and they're like, "Oh yeah, I understand what y'all men are saying. I get it. I get it." Super empathetic, and men will pedestalize these type of women, right? Put them in positions of greater influence because it's like, "Oh yeah, there's a beautiful woman saying what we've been saying,"
Right.
and then she'll shift the goalposts when she's there because she doesn't want to disqualify her own self.
wow. That's deep.
All right, so that's my concern, and that's why I said in the chat, like I don't trust most of those chicks. All right.
Well, if it's our space, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like anything else, right? You know, you have to continuously um it's like what they do with a shit test,
Mm-hmm.
right? You have to continuously vet the women in the space, because if it's just space, it's kind of like you know, white rappers and hip hop or some shit like that. Like there's
Yeah.
just certain things that while you're here, you're a guest. You're a guest in the manosphere as a woman content creator, and the minute we see you go left with the message, and you know you sound like you want some chameleon shit, that shit needs to be called out immediately and pointed out.
The thing is, like, they'll start off in the manosphere, and then they'll kind of warp it into is like community, right? It's like so they'll start off like, oh yeah, I got my start because, you know, whatever male content creator brought them in, right?
Right.
They'll be like, well, we're trying to bridge that divide. And part of bridging the divide is viewing women such as herself as viable. All right. So women with the storied past being viable partners if they could just only understand. And the truth is, there's certain character traits that allowed you to live out your life the way that you did, which makes you not viable. And that's my concern. It's like, okay, so they eventually kind of splinter off from the manosphere anyway, but they take the dudes with them.
You got a point. You have a very valid point.
Name a few examples of this.
Oh, come
I'm
on.
thinking of
I'm stepping
I'm
back.
thinking
on that one.
of Courtney. Like, that popped right in my head. It was like a few of them do this. Few of them. It's like it moves from manosphere points and, you know, advocating for men to trying to bridge the divide in the community. All right. So she was super sympathetic to men and their plight, but then, you think BGS says it best. Is like, come back to the plantation. I understand that you're hurting. Come back to the plantation. All right. Like, I understand Sometimes we're not the easiest to deal with, but you're not gonna find better out there. Come back, type situations.
So
Well, I mean,
go ahead.
go ahead, Marcus. No,
No,
I
you
was
go
gonna,
first.
I was gonna say, I just checked 20 seconds ago. I love Jessica X. I love her voice. I love Nigerian women. But I haven't seen her. She hasn't been on the air in over a month. And she used to be a post all the time, hopping everybody's cast. She used to fucks with the Manosphere heavy.
Mhm.
But she has not been on since Kevin's passing. I mean, that's somebody who was took a bunch of male subscribers. She's in my rotation. She hasn't said anything left yet. But there are quite a few that have come into space, and as he said, they'll say everything to agree with us, but then they want to make an exception for the type of woman that they are. Oh, we should overlook that.
Mhm.
Donovan would always tell us, oh, well, don't date a masculine woman. No, don't date a ratchet chick. Don't date a chick with titty tattoos. In fact, Donovan says that, and Minister Jap says it. Why is there a woman with a big, huge chest tattoo trying to be part of the Manosphere?
Mhm.
Pretty, but weaved up, titty tattooed up, piercinged up.
All right, it's like a deadly combo when it's like the women are beautiful because naturally as a dude you're like, oh yeah, she's nice looking, right? And then on top of that, she's like, I understand, right?
Yes.
I think dudes are so starved for that understanding, just for women to understand. It's like, as soon as that happens, they pedestalize these chicks. And it's like,
I think it's deep. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your point.
Yeah, it's like as soon as that happens, like they pedestalize these chicks. And it's like some of them are like on their life journey, they're trying to change or whatever. And then some of them are chameleons. But it's like as soon as you pedestalize somebody, either setting yourself up where you'll defend them no matter what, or you're gonna be super disappointed when you find out it's like, oh, well, they're trying to change, and so they're gonna say some things that are like left field, right? And so,
like, give me an example.
I can't get with it. When
you say left field, what do you mean? Like, give me an example.
Left field is like when you want to. All right, let's put it this way. So you're trying to change. You're trying to become a better person, right? And you know that there's certain parts of your character that are no good. You're gonna struggle to make those changes. It's like the way I put it is like people fail to success. All right, so you're gonna have a whole bunch of instances of where you're gonna have horrible thought patterns or old things that just don't work, but that you believed, and you're trying to undo that shit. All right, that's gonna show up with those type of women is like that come into the space. Right, they're gonna have certain viewpoints which don't work. All right, but if you pedestalize them right off the bat because they saying stuff that I agree with, you're gonna be super disappointed.
So in other words, you're saying eventually the truth comes out. Is that
exactly? The truth comes out, and because you elevated them to this spot, I mean, it's like where they are talking for you, where they're, your spokesperson to tell other women like, see, we have this woman that agrees with us and she understands. It's going to hit you to the quick.
Right.
Let me ask you this, because we talking about women that are attractive doing this stuff, and then you got guys who, like you got guys who come to this space, and again, without me saying any names, they make everything a battle royale. So everything has to be a debate or this, or argument, whatever the case may be, right?
Right.
Which at one point they accused me of, but I've only really argued with one person, and we know who that person is. And I don't come to YouTube talking about who wants smoke, who wanted, where the smoke at? Bring me the smoke, right?
Right.
But would you agree that a lot of this shit has just become entertainment for niggas?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It's like whether it's a female talking that they just want to look at, say anything, or whether they want to see niggas Mandingo fight. You know what I'm saying? And it's gotten to the point where it's entertainment. So like even me, like motherfuckers are waiting for the shit to pop off with homie again. And I'm past it. He might be past it, maybe he ain't. I don't check for him because it's time to talk about other shit, right?
What you're saying is like you don't care anymore about it.
I mean, it went down. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
His people think he won. My people disagree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like what else is there to talk about? I mean, if we're
Like,
not gonna have an intellectual discussion, what we gonna just keep throwing shots at each other? Like that's not what I'm here for.
Yeah.
I mean, if it goes down, niggas will tell you I'm with the shits, but that's not the primary reason I'm here. I don't care I'm not here for smoke. So understand that I understand that smoke gets the views.
See,
yeah,
and pretty women get views.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So these are things that bring the views, and guys want views. So I mean, shit, I've been trying to bring women on here. Women are scared to come on here. They are.
I
I'm telling you.
try to get a woman to come on here.
So all right, I only fucks with Crimson Cure, me too, and Six. Although Six is a part of the Manosphere. I don't know if I know who Six is. I don't know who Six is. But the rest of those pretty chicks,
something like that.
They aren't kicking no knowledge or wisdom. They just using you niggas, right? So like Melanie King, right? She does the reaction videos and shit. And I've watched a couple of her videos. I mean, after I look at a chick a couple times, I don't continue to watch a chick because I just want to gaze at her. After a while, it's like, okay, well, I'm not saying she doesn't do good videos. She does. Right? But again, she was groomed by Kev, right? At the end of the day, like, some of these women are for real. You got to look at their outer lives, right? You got to see how they're really living. And that will tell you whether or not, right? Like, if a woman is talking this, good black men, this and that and the other, and all this positive shit.
Hello? Stream freeze?
I think you're good.
You there?
Damn, they got him.
Yeah, well, but this is what I'm saying. The guys hear me? Let you hear me. But the thing is, the way I see it is let me make sure I'm playing right. The way I see it is, for women, it's easy for them to speak positively of black men and be in a relationship. It's the simps that have a hard time speaking positive about black women and actually getting black women to like them. So you could pick me all day for black women and they still won't fuck with you. But it's easy for if a woman is saying things that, you know, is positive in reference to black men, usually these women are in relationships. Celebrity is in a relationship. Sister George is married. You know, you got a lot of these guys who, I mean, you got a lot of these women who, if you look at their lives, it should be able to tell you. So, like, if outside of the manosphere, you struggling with relationships or black men, maybe you chose bad or this or that, then maybe you are putting on a show when it comes to this shit. Because go ahead, say it. I see your face. Go ahead and say it.
Hello.
Oh, my camera's on. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, your camera's
on. No, you're
on.
right. There are people who not in a relationship with a black man, but will come up here and go, no, I'm part of the manosphere. No. I totally understand what you guys are saying. Why are you a single mother? Well, you know, some things happen, and
It's
you
not
make,
so.
you make a
Go
good
ahead.
point.
It's
No,
not
you make
so.
a good.
It's not so
Go
much
ahead.
the single mother thing that bothers me. Is if you are preaching submission, you should have a guy. Usually, black women who are single because they won't fall in line. But if you're on the internet preaching that you fall in line, I think Love Dorsey has a man too. Like, she's in a relationship.
Now, let me ask a question real quick.
Right.
All of y'all. The two new chicks who popped up. There's a tall white girl,
You got to
and
name
there's the little Just Pearly things.
Just Pearly.
So, yeah, Just Pearly.
Not familiar with her yet.
And a little mixed chick that's also her friend. I just know her name is like Ali or something. So
yo, this shit
just
got
Pearly.
me fucked up. this shit got me fucked up. Go ahead.
So both chicks went on
Right.
Kevin Samuel's show at different times, called in. Kevin gave them advice. So the little mulatto chick, Kev told her, like, you know, get your things in order. Tell this man he needs to marry you, this, that, and the third. You know, be more submissive. So she went out and did those things, and the guy married her. And this has all happened over the past year or two, right? So now she's a stay-at-home wife. So she made a video, I guess it was last month.
This is the Latina chick.
She's like, yeah, she's either Latina or mulatto, one of the two.
I'm familiar.
Okay, so that video. Like, what do y'all think about them? The white chick used to date a black dude or has a black boyfriend. So she preaches, you know, family, marriage, submissive, gender roles. They both preach it and they walk it like they talk it. They're both not exactly black women, but they'll come up in manosphere type content.
Okay, so I think I know what you're asking me. How do I feel about non-black women?
These two women in particular, they walk it. They're walking it like they talk it. They're not two single women sitting up here talking about, submission. But by the way, overlook overweight single mothers with tattoos on their chest. No, they're two. They fit the description of what we say the red flags are. And they already have men who they're submissive to. And they're telling other people, be like this. What do y'all think of it?
You said
I have no issue with it.
You said they have red flags about them. In other words, they're the women that
Wait, they do have red flags or they don't?
I mean, neither of these two have the big red flags that we talk about. I'm saying there are women in our manosphere who've been here for a while. They have the red flags that we talk about. The single mothers, the attitude, the weave, the titty tattoos, the attitude, the combativeness. Like, we've seen chicks go on 10-minute diatribes while arguing with people, not letting anybody else talk on the stream. And you tell me you'll argue with us, but you'll go home and be submissive to a man? Get out of here.
Yeah, I don't know who you're referring to, but yeah, I would tend to not believe those women. The women that I'm familiar with in this space that are content creators and they create male positive shit, Celebrity, Crimson Cure, because like a chick like April Mason, it should be obvious, right? It should be obvious if she's this submissive and this and that, and she's not bad looking. Look, y'all can say, "Oh, she's older, this and that." Not bad looking, nigga at all, nigga. I'd unload in the bitch.
You are not shit, sir.
Yeah, I would unload in April Mason. Unload. I would drop my luggage in April Mason.
She's cute.
Cute, nigga. The bitch is bad as far as I'm concerned. Okay, it's bad as far as I'm concerned. But that it wouldn't last. I'd fuck around with her for a little while until bitch got on my nerves, and then I keep it moving because she looks like somebody that will eventually get on your nerves. All that, yeah, because you women need the rest of your femininity and all this other shit. All that shit sounds good. She's a good salesman. She's a good saleswoman, and it worked for a little while. I mean, she tried to work with the women. It didn't work, but again, she played her role. But again, you got to look at how the chick is living. If a woman and women have it easier. Women, pygmies get married. Pygmies get rings. Simps do not. Simps don't get pussy, and pygmies get rings. So if you pick me in on the internet and you're still single, you're capping as far as I'm concerned.
Shots fired.
D Quick, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, not much. I came in here late.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, because we ain't gonna be up here that much longer. We 3 hours in, but yeah, man. If you're, how do you feel about that? If you're a pygmy,
and what's that term mean?
Pygmies get. I mean, it's a derogatory term used by. Oh, shout out to Maul. He dropped out. Thanks for jumping in here. It's a derogatory term that women use for women who either sympathize, agree with, accommodate anything that they might feel they basically on the side of black men, and they're the ones who want families.
Okay.
Right. And there's a few other girls, they're not Manosphere girls or whatever, but they are girls on Facebook who jump on my posts, click like this and that. All these girls are married. They'll have relationships. Right. Yeah. It's when I come across them, I'm like, okay, I believe you. But again, pygmies get picked.
All right.
Oh, that was Janfar. Okay. Yeah. Pygmies get picked. Shout out to Janfar. Janfar always be making some fucking good ass points, even in the community tab. I don't know. Yo, let me say this real quick. Yo, if y'all are not getting my notifications, number one, let me say, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Another thing is, if y'all are not getting my notifications, hit that bell, man. Hit that bell notification. So you get the notification on your phone or whatever, you fuck with this shit on. But pygmies get picked. If you a pygmy and you ain't picked, that means you ain't a pygmy. You fronting. You a chameleon.
So what did you want to ask me?
So basically, right now we're talking about women who are in the space.
Okay.
Who make content, right?
There's not many of them.
Right. Is there any female commentators, female Manosphere content creators that you follow? And is there any of them that you think that are coming across like they're advocating for men, but you're like, I don't know if I believe you.
Well, I mean, I'm not too sure of the only one that I can think of, and I don't follow her, but I do like some of the videos she makes would be Crimson Cure.
Right.
Used to be known as, what was it, Kendra D?
Yes, Kendra D.
Okay.
That was her name before?
Kendra D, was it?
Kendra D is Crimson Cure? This is the same person?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Kendra that does the split screen like Kevin, what's her name? Kendra what?
Kendra G?
Kendra G. Now you're right.
Yeah. Okay, because I know that, there was a difference. I think that's probably why Kendra D changed her name to Crimson Cure, just to stop the confusion.
Right. So then, okay, so Jay Jermaine says Shed Sade, and I think I'm pronouncing her name right, is another so-called pygmy, but she's married to a black man. See, the thing is, again, when it comes to pygmies, if you're really the character you're playing, 9 times out of 10, it's easy for you to get grabbed up.
Yeah. I wanted to finish that. I have seen Crimson Cure make videos. I'm not really sure of anybody else. I know there's another part of this Black Manosphere that they while out and do all other kinds of things. They have women in there and they get in arguments and that. I don't watch any of that crap, because to me they just sound like they're just goofing and trolling and not really taking shit too seriously and just clashing with each other. They're not really about some of the shit that Green Gorilla or TSR Johnson does or whatever, so I don't take that side of the Black Manosphere that seriously. Crimson Cure is the only one that I would know that would come to mind. But yeah, look, I kind of look at it like this. Like, if you're a woman, you can never understand what it's like to be a man. Kind of like how a white person can never understand what it's like to be black. And really, there's always that option for a woman to, just go over there, kind of thing. So it's like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like you take it with a grain of salt, kind of thing.
So Cortez, I want you to because I know you're talking about Shed Sade, if I'm pronouncing that right. Shed Sade. Right, because it was something that came up with Shed Sade, and I forget what it was. And he says, she was exposed by General Tito, and I want you to elaborate on that in the comment. If you say, I don't know if you say you're somewhere noisy or whatever, but elaborate on that in the comment as far as Shed Sade is concerned. So but like I said, I feel like when you got women in the space, you have to kind of like pay attention to everything they do and say, because they're profiting off the space and the message, and if they ain't about it, that needs to be addressed and highlighted. But for the most part, the women that I come across in this space that do the Manosphere thing, they seem to have the whatever that they're portraying going on in their lives. Quick, hold that thought. I want to read this comment real quick. He did a video on it. I can't quote it exactly, but he had receipts. It was some anti-SYSBM stuff. She said he exposed a few chameleons. See, it be this type of shit. So it's kind of like the whole Eminem thing or this and that. You dig into the crates and you find out motherfucker says some next shit, right? So understand, like, because these are black women, we tend to not look for shit like that. Like, when you got white folks or people like infiltrating in the black spaces, we're on constant alert as to whether these people are for real or not. But when it comes to black women, we kind of let the guard down because they are black people. They're black women, and you know, we ain't really on guard for them saying nothing slick or something slick or whatever the case may be. One more comment, and then Pink Book Lessons is a black woman that lived the straight lace life. Only women that did it are detached enough to truly critique female dysfunction. And that's another woman that I do follow her Pink Book Lesson. So before I read the next comment, quick, go ahead. What you was gonna say something there?
Yeah, I do remember Coach Greg Adams, who, even though he's black, he goes over to the white side of the manosphere because that's where more money's at. I remember he made a video, this was a while back, and he was pointing out all these women, probably pandering to the white side of the manosphere, who were making videos, and he was saying all they're doing is just listening to our videos, pretty much just regurgitating the same things we're saying. And he was saying, don't fall for this, and we don't really need them, and all this kind of stuff and that.
Are there any?
Well, that was a while ago. I don't know about it anymore. I know this was like, we're talking probably pre-pandemic or something like that. So, and like, I remember hearing over there on the white side of the manosphere, Stardust, who's a hardcore racist, by the way. He was one of the originators of it. He interviewed, I remember hearing him interview a Russian woman one time, and she was just explaining, you know, what Russian women do to finesse men and all that kind of shit. So I do know that, you know, in different parts of the manosphere, there has been women that have interacted and, you know, made videos on men's behalf, but I don't really buy a lot of it because, like I said, they could always go back to that side, the women, you know.
Yeah, so Cortez sent me the video. I ain't gonna play it. I'm gonna just highlight it real quick. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna just highlight it real quick. This is he posted the link, but this is General Tito. He's basically saying, you know, chameleons who think they're too slick. He's talking about Shed Sade. I guess that's recommended viewing. The video is 2 hours and 35 minutes long, so I ain't gonna play any clips from it. But Cortez, he posted the link in the chat. So it's there, and you guys can check that out. I know I will definitely be checking it out because, like I said, you know, when it comes to this stuff, man, you know, I like to vet. I like to check the plate, run the Carfax, all that shit. At the end of the day, there should not be people here profiting on no false pretenses. Azani.
Yes.
I'm gonna start getting closing because we 3.5, and this fucking cigar is fucking with me, man. I ain't even look this shit. Yo, this shit, let me tell you, this shit look like some cartoon shit. This shit look like a fucking bazooka, nigga. And I think I took maybe a few puffs from this shit, and this shit, yeah, this shit is.
Are you used to it?
I went to this shit, and I'm like, okay, this shit look like some Cuban shit. Let me fuck with it. You know what I'm saying? Usually I'll fuck with this shit here, like these little cigarello flavored shits. So like this one here is more my speed, right? This is little vanilla bullshit right here. See?
Right.
Because I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like I smoke, but I ain't a real smoker. Like niggas know, the motherfuckers that smoke cigars, I tell them quick, fast, and a heartbeat. I tell them, man, it's a cigar shop. I'm not a real smoker. This shit is vanilla. I smoke it. It tastes like vanilla. I fuck with that. Just like I ain't a real drinker. If I do take a sip, shit gotta be delicious. Like it can't just be some shit that's gonna get me buzzed because I'm not in it for the buzz. I'm in it for the taste, if anything, if I'm even fuck with it. I'm not a drinker or a smoker. So even when people who know me and they see me fucking with these cigars, they like, what? this motherfucker smoking. So this is some real cigar nigga shit that I'm fucking with on some bullshit, and I wasn't ready. So we gonna start making closing remarks. But yeah, so yeah,
David
man.
Carroll used to smoke a lot of cigars.
Yeah, man. At the end of the day, man, you know, whether it's this, oh, Shane is here. So I'm gonna let Shane talk first. But Shane, your opening, your grand opening is gonna be grand closing.
Grand opening, grand closing.
So look, this is what I'm gonna say. Shane is going to be allowed to talk for however long he needs to. Because Shane don't, you know, I gotta admit, Shane don't be getting his shit off. So Shane, I don't know how long you've been listening. Talk to us, bro.
Man, I just got here. Don't even mind me tonight because I just been tied up with some shit, and I'm just getting in here. I caught a little bit of the beginning with that whole shit with the alt-right and black women, but yeah, I really don't have much to say about that. That shit is self-explanatory.
So it's
I've
I don't
seen
expect a
bullshit like
black
that.
woman to be pro SYSBM because it has nothing to do with them, bro. I don't care if they support brothers, the nuclear families. Like, I mean, the way I see it is, oh, you about Hassan, you about to be out?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you know what?
No, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I gotta go.
Oh, you get no closing? You gotta
No
be
closing.
out? No closing.
Out.
All right, man. So we gonna kick it tomorrow. All right, man. Peace. So let me bring this down. So basically what I'm saying is at the end of the day, man, you know, whether it be this, like just a few things. Well, you know what? I'll leave my closing comments for last. Quick, is there anything you want to say about any of the stuff we talked about tonight?
Well, like I said, I came in late. To me, cause see, I am kind of a little bit misanthropic where I just don't really trust people and don't really like the idea of opening up to people and that kind of thing. So you know, like you've got an extended shit test period. You've got an extended, you know, getting to know you trustworthy period, that kind of thing. Like it could last a long time. And if I'm not really, you know, feeling much from you or always suspicious, you're always going to be getting somewhat of the cold shoulder with me. So that's why I say that, you know, when you see certain people online and you are confused by it, I don't really take to it 100%. And the truth of the matter is that, I mean, you know, you could look at like, you know, the femtard side of it, you know, where Cynthia G and all that are, and they got their fuck boys and their simps and their fuck niggas and all that, you know, advocate for them. But, you know, as men, we don't really look to get help from the other side. Like, that's more, I notice, MRAs that do that, not so much MGTOWs, like, you know what I mean? Or SYSBM. That's right, I got to get the terms
MRAs
right.
still exist? I thought they were extinct.
No,
they're still around. I know they're going strong here in Australia. It's actually starting to grow out here in Australia.
Yeah,
but
the MRAs, I mean,
Paul Elam is still around.
Yeah, they're on that fence of, you know, we hope we can make a change. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's pretty much, they got the same logic of the hoteps that want to bring sisters back. You know what I mean?
Look, MGTOWs can pretty much shut down a lot of MRA shit, but just talking about female nature and the Matrix and all that. You know, there's videos about it. BGS has covered it. So, you know, like, to me, I'd probably, you know, if I had to pick out of the four corners of the Manosphere, I'd always be going MGTOW. And SYSBM is kind of like a branch off of that. So, wait.
Go. Yeah, go ahead. This is close. We approaching 4.
Yeah, I know. Shane keeps cutting in.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Yeah. So, you know, like as men, you know, we don't really look to get too much help from like women and that. It's okay. It can be all right in that, but we don't need too much commentary from like women that, you know, wouldn't mind chiming in on our issues and speak against the gynocracy and all that. Yeah, maybe you could get them to sort of focus on certain things, you know, because me personally, I would like to see if we got female advocates or allies. I'd much rather them talk about, you know, things that are against the gynocracy and all that, rather than, you know, issues that us men face and all that, because that's what we face.
Well, they do that, depending on who you're talking about. They
yeah, I know, but like I'd prefer, you know, like you know, men to talk about whatever men have to deal with and all that kind of thing.
So
that's just me.
All right, so we're gonna close this out because
yep.
I know on the East Coast is like 1,000 o'clock. All right, so this is what I'm gonna say, man, and I'm gonna try to cover it all. Okay. Nobody's perfect. There's always room for improvement. No, I don't want you to kill yourself doing it. But do it, because at the end of the day, like, remaining where you are, you're miserable. If you're not going to improve, you're going to bitch and whine. So why not improve? If it's like pick your poison, like, you know what I'm saying? You know, pick your pain. Either you're going to be in pain dealing with, you know, not being chosen or you know, being sexless, right? That's what we're talking about, sexlessness. Or you're going to be in pain hollering at a bunch of chicks, maybe catching a few L's along the way, like everybody else, right? And eventually you'll bump into a chick that might like you. But understand that you have to present a package that is enticing to them, just like they have to present a package that's enticing to you. But just like what we tell the women, you can't be chasing high value without high value. You average, chase average. If you average and average don't want you, then fuck them. Keep talking, keep talking, keep talking. And if none of these average black women want to fuck with you, then go average somewhere else. Nobody's advocating for astronauts, vice presidents, presidents, speakers of the house. Ain't nobody saying you got to do all that shit. That's point number one. Number two, we got to be able to accept criticism from other men. Understand the difference between a man that's talking that simp divester shit to black men and a guy who's basically coming from a place of, yo, we want to see niggas win. It's not the same thing. It ain't a taunt. It ain't a tease. It ain't a I'm better than you. It ain't a flex. It's, yo, I want to see niggas win, and let's put our best foot forward so that people outside of this space ain't looking at us like we just a bunch of pussy deprived losers that are bitter and mad. Because then all this shit gets dismissed, and you can't let an extreme section of guys connect to your message, because then it makes the whole message get bad. Because you know what happens? Everybody outside looks at those guys like they are the movement. Then that becomes your movement. A bunch of niggas that can't get pussy and mad about it. So all your valid arguments about, you know, whether it be Roe v. Wade or birth control or father, you know, or fathers can't do this or whatever, all that shit gets thrown out. The same way you got in feminism, you got the far-reaching radical feminist situations. You know what I'm saying? That we see that, and that be what we feel like is the movement. Aside from that, moving on past that, you understand what I'm saying? Like, as far as women in this movement, there were white people in the civil rights movement. We needed them. We needed them. Like, this ain't South Africa. We ain't Nelson Mandela. And this is not that. We're outnumbered here. We needed, people from the other team playing for us, right? So that we could advance. Let's keep it quite honest. If it wasn't for some white people, we'd probably still be slaves. We revolted like a motherfucker. That shit wasn't doing shit. I mean, they lost some money behind it, whatever. But I mean, that's part of the reason why we got free. I'm not going to say that it isn't, because it was costing them a lot of money. But at the end of the day, you had abolitionists who were white people. Does that make white people great? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, and I've said this before, especially the Black Uru, shout out to Black Uru, that you need people from that side of the line on your side. That's the game they play. Anytime they want to take down a black movement, whether it be the Panthers or anything else, what they send somebody? They send somebody that look like you, that work for them.
I heard somebody say that Martin Luther King was an agent put there by the FBI.
That sounds like shit.
I don't know about all that. Then he gets killed. But anyway.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
So what I'm saying is this, right? I'm not mad at the female Manosphere commentary, as long as it comes from a real place and you're looking at the real existences of some of these women. So like, with Tito putting chicks on blast and pulling up their old shit, like, I'm like, K, I want to know what anti-SYSBM means. If black women, right, are married to black men, it would be quite natural that they would want to see black men married to black women, but they also can't ignore the realities that we're dealing with when it comes to that. It's one thing to want something. It's another thing when you got opposition. Yeah. I know women who advocate for black men, but they anti-SYSBM. I know women like that. And I'm like, well, shit, you can't in good faith tell a nigga like, yo, like, you agree with us that these women are fucked up, but ultimately you want us to choose one of them. You can't in good faith say that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't tell. That's why I tell guys, listen, do what the fuck you want. It's cool if you find a black woman that's on your program, but if you don't, then I'm not going to tell you to stay single. You got to find what you want. Find what works for you. And however that comes to you, however that comes packaged. You can't tell, you can't agree that the apples are rotten and then mad I don't eat them. That shit don't even make sense. Right? He said, K. Dot says, by 2023, there will be a mandatory vasectomy. Who's they? Yeah, fuck out of here. That shit ain't happening.
I remember seeing something in Texas where some woman wanted to try to create a law where men aren't allowed to wank and come in that unless. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't pay attention to stupid shit like that. But let me say this because we're closing. I don't want to get into
I was just gonna say.
No, I got you, but it's just bullshit, man. Let me tell you, you can create a bill for anything.
Really?
Yeah, it ain't gonna pass. You can write a bill for anything. I can write a bill that bitches gotta suck their man's dick on the first of the month. And they'll make a news clipping about it. It'll make its rounds through the internet, and the bitches will lose their mind. Oh my God, they're gonna make us suck dick. But this shit ain't gonna happen. You can't wank. What they gonna do? Kick your door open when you got your dick in your hand?
No, she wanted to make it where you had to get supervised, and they're allowed to take the cum to use it for their own reasons. You know?
Come on, man.
That was pathetic. I thought that was shocking.
So look. So I'm gonna continue. So look, I hear you, but fuck out. This shit's stupid. But yeah. So look, basically, check it out, because it's getting late. People are dropping out of the live. All I'm saying is, at the end of the day, some of these women are necessary. We need them. What cannot happen is that they take over the shit on some Elvis rock and roll shit.
No.
You can't have it. I talked to Sister George. I jokingly call her the CEO of the Manosphere.
But
right.
She's not.
Well, no, but it's funny. At the end of the day, man, we need them, because the women will listen. I mean, the women will listen to them. They'll get mad or whatever, but you gotta have women saying what we're saying, the same way that Fox News brings black people on to talk their fucking conservative shit. The same reason we need Tim Rice or Jane, whatever the fuck her name is. You need these people, because they're gonna reach an audience you won't. Now, if black men in this space, the people who watch this content, start choosing to watch the women over the guys that are saying this stuff, that will be fucked up. But shout out to Tito for putting this shit out there, exposing any of this shit. If it's anti-SYSBM, that pretty much comes across to me as, oh, they understand our struggle, but they still want us to be with these women. I don't know if that's necessarily.
Crack it up.
Huh?
The reception, it's
shit is bugged out.
Yeah, it's pixelating and distorting and that. Talk?
Let me do it.
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Am I good now?
Yeah, but the picture's all fucked.
Maybe it'll pick back up.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, and let's end this off. We ain't gotta struggle with this connection. Sister George Cortez says Sister George is an example, being for SYSBM, but not totally against it. No, because we have had conversations about it. I heard about her attacking black men who date out. At the end of the day, man, that's what it is, man. Black men, we at one aspect, I understand what we're dealing with black women, but some of the stuff we have to own at least our end of what's going on. When Obsidian say that some niggas want to do the bare minimum, he's right. Some. I'm not saying most, I'm not saying half, I'm not saying any of that shit, but some. And if you find yourself being one of these guys, if you can improve your appearance, if you can practice your approach, if and not just, it ain't just about women, it's also about life, man. If you're gonna have a movement of guys, and we supposed to look like the winners who are still being rejected, you have to come off as a winner. A good portion of your group, your movement, your message, people that's delivering your message can't be guys that are losing at life and are bitter that nobody want to fuck with them. Then you sound like the fat bitches that can't get dick. And that's just what it is. You sound like them.
Are they femcells?
Femcells.
Yeah.
The femcells be doing it to themselves, though.
No, but a lot of niggas do it to themselves too. If you are not making any effort any effort at all, and I'm tired of talking about this shit, to be honest. If you're not making any effort at all, man, don't talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, like the femcills will be like, you know, I want a man, and then as soon as they get one, they shit all over that man.
Yeah, well,
Well,
what they
that's
talk
probably
about,
because they got baggage and they're expecting him to become an emotional tampon, and then it
Right.
bombs because he just has a gutful and bails.
Well, it's like how many men you know
see,
that?
y'all,
You know what I mean?
y'all stretching this conversation longer, man. It's over.
All right.
It's
All
over.
right.
This is the closing.
Yeah,
Okay.
we came in late. That's why.
So black men. Now I get it. Black men. Okay. Let the hotep shit go. Let it go. If it ain't happening, go somewhere else. All right. They're not coming to take black women's welfare away. They're not coming to take away the stipends. They're not, child support and all this. All this shit is still gonna happen. Nobody's coming to save you. Okay. The forced patriarchy that you're waiting for, because you're waiting for the government to make some move that's gonna help you out and benefit you and put you in the power position. It's not happening. It's not happening. I don't care how many posts you make on Facebook. None of that shit matters. Like Obsidian said, it's not going to move the needle on the ground. It's not going to happen. Okay? Do whatever you got. If you want to fuck and your only thing is to pay for it, you got to pay for it. Or you could spend the money on looking better or coming across better or whatever. However you got to spend the money. But you got to invest in yourself in some type of way. Because we talking about value. You want high value chicks, you want a high value man, and motherfuckers low value, then motherfuckers need to get their shit together in some type of way. And if you get your shit together and she's still tripping, you got to go somewhere else. And that's pretty much it, man. Lose weight, feel great. Dress for your target. We got bigger shit to worry about, man. I started this shit off about divesters, and I want to end that shit off with the divesting shit. And then we out of here. Understand. All of this shit that we talking about, at the end of the day, you still got chicks that feel a certain way about you. General lack of respect, general lack of, they don't see you as human.
Mm-hmm.
So no matter
that's male disposability. So
no matter what, with all of this shit that we're talking about, you want, I told Hassani earlier, niggas want advice on how to get the women that they should not want. Now, if you want that advice, I'll give it to you, but I just don't understand why you would. Yeah. At least not beyond smashing. And if you ain't the type, if you ain't black women's type, because a lot of niggas ain't black women's type, then you got to get off the hotep train and fuck with somebody else. Be a passport bro or whatever the fuck. And that's it. But Obsidian made some points here. And, whether he's flip-flopping or whatever is another conversation. But what he's saying is correct. And that's it for us for the night. There's a lot more shit I wanted to, I didn't get it out, man. There's a lot more shit I wanted to say. But at the end of the day, man, we got to own some of this shit, man. Some of it. Not all of it. Some of it. We can't let these niggas be the face. These guys that are making these complaints, these sorts of complaints, you can't be the face of the movement, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, uneducated lame. Yeah, some niggas need to move. And some of these complaints are basically communicating without saying directly that niggas income is fucking deficient. I can't pay for pussy. Okay. I can't fly out of the country. Okay. I can't move. Okay.
Yeah, that's a redundant argument from them.
Now, I'm not saying motherfuckers got to be rich, but damn, like you got to put yourself in, at least you got to be able to put yourself in a position where you can do some things to affect your situation. You got to be able to, you got to have some capital to affect your situation. I'm not saying you got to buy a bitch. I'm saying, yo, money solves a lot of fucking problems. Maybe you got to work more hours. Maybe you got to get a different job or some shit like that. Nigga, I don't want you to be the CEO of Exxon, nigga, but you can't. Obviously, there is an issue. And yeah, we're in a recession or a downturn or whatever the case may be. But yo, nigga, you're going to have to grind. Like he said, bare minimum. A lot of niggas want to do bare minimum. Bitches get credit for showing up. Well, nigga, you ain't a bitch. Unless you telling me something. No, it doesn't work that way for you. It's not fair. In a lot of ways, shit don't work a certain way for women. If we can accept that, then we got to accept double standards that don't work in our favor also. So with that said, again, SYSBM, save yourself, fool. Save yourself, fool. And we out of here, man. My big ass cartoon Warner Brothers my Acme cigar and shit. This is the fucking Roger Rabbit shit. Yo, thanks for joining me.
And we out, Joe.
Yeah, we out of here, man.
And we
shout out to everybody that hit me with the super chat. Yeah, I got the Baby Herman cigar and shit, yo. I'll talk to y'all motherfuckers is sometime this week, next week, whatever the case may be, man. Grind, man. No bare minimums accepted, man. This is Sparta. I done said it 1,000,000 times already. 100. We out. Peace.